All right. Am I going to the Taylor Swift show? Why the fuck would I go see Taylor Swift? What does that have to do? Why would I go see Taylor Swift? I don't care who she endorses. Oh, great! Now she's gonna endorse Shoigu. Did you hear what happened at AT&T Stadium today? Let's see. See what happened at AT&T Stadium today. Talking about the piece of metal? I saw that earlier on TikTok. They opened the dome for the first time in like 2 years, and a giant chunk of metal fell out. They were like, "Well, let's close this thing back up." Today's the 1000th day. I thought it was like 996 or something. Was a great live about Ukraine back on Saturday. Yeah, it was. Get him off, Shoigu. Where is my ammo? Let's get these likes up, share the live up. Let's get some more people in here, and then we'll start letting guests up. North Korean generals will finally get decent experience in battle. No, they won't. They're just going to get decimated. They're not going to get any experience out of this. Good day, JD Vance. Where I was when the invasion started, it was literally my Photoshop class. I was actively watching the CCTV cameras in my home, waiting for them to roll over the border, and I watched it live. Yeah, hopefully they'll learn a lesson, Adam. Let's get the likes up, tap that screen. Let's get some people in here. Shouldn't we stabilize our own economy in country before sending support to other countries? Well, the funny thing about that is we get money, which helps stabilize our economy by doing this. So that does help benefit the economy. Remember, the military-industrial complex in the United States has, I think it's like 2 million Americans employed. That's a lot of people getting money. Hey, Tango. Telegram message. Did you send me another one? I think I responded to the last one. Oh, yeah, I liked it, Deb. I'm doing okay, Philip. I woke up to the sound of explosions back then. My first thought, probably shouldn't go to work. It's probably a good first thought. It's sad. One of the soldiers that I trained was I was talking to him last night, and he just left the front line after like 6 months to go on vacation, and he woke up to the building directly behind him being bombed by Russia, a civilian apartment building with no soldiers. Need to DM me something important? Oh yeah, Bob, shoot it over. Shoot it over, Bob. I see what Berlin police say today. What did the Berlin police say today? Thanks, Deb. I'm awaiting your DM, Bob. Depends on where it is, Joe. I know that some units are, some units aren't. Like my guys, some of their guys, one of the last units that I trained, some of their guys recently, they had like a platoon's worth of dudes, like just get yoinked out and get sent to somewhere in the front line, and those guys didn't get rotated out for 6 months. And then the rest of them were in a different area of operation, and they were rotating out like every couple weeks. So it depends on where. It's a clusterfuck. I'm waiting, Bob. I don't see a D. Oh, there it is. Oh, fucking. What the... Bob, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. The ballet dancer who fell off a building today in St. Petersburg. Ah, yes, the classic fell off of a building in Russia. Good day, cardio. Hey Sam, what do you say What do you say about jihadists and Russian support on X? I clown on them because they're absolutely insane. The words that I use on Twitter most of the time when replying to these morons is not very TikTok friendly. Thanks for the heart, man. All right, tap the screen, guys. Let's get the live out to more people. Let's try and get rid of the shadow ban. Dreading the upcoming administration. I will say I am happy that at least a lot of the people that Trump picked, other than Tulsi Gabbard, are super anti-Russia, anti-China, and anti-IRGC. Do you think the Russians have the ability in the future to do another offensive in Kherson? And anything's a possibility. Depends on where they focus their troops. The problem is both sides are spread so thin right now that if Russia did want to do that, they'd probably need a lot. They'd probably need about 30 to 60,000 people to do something like that to actually have it effective, especially considering the river crossing, because that tended to not work out well for them even when they were retreating the first time. And I could see that going very badly for them. And that would also weaken somewhere else on the front line, wherever those people were taken away from. Does Ukraine have good strip clubs? I don't fucking know. Dog, I was busy the entire time with this. I wasn't going to strip clubs. Which area the front line has the heaviest fighting right now? Everywhere near Zaporizhia and Chasiv Yar. Can you send the old channel? Wait, can you send the old channel to YouTube? What? What are you talking about? RFK sprayed World War One shit from now. That's funny. Good morning, Neptune. The memes are the only bright side. Yeah. Hi, buddy. If anyone wants to see, I posted the clip from last night of the dude saying he'd bet $100,000 that Ukraine didn't vote out their parliament or vote out their president in parliament, and then immediately ate his words. That's pretty funny. Okay, maybe bringing a guest up will fire things up a little bit.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Jeff. How can I help you? What's on your mind tonight?
I'm just going to say something. You may disagree with this, but I think the tactics that Israel is using is designed to keep their soldiers at the most safe they can possibly be. I don't think Israel could do anything that would make their soldiers any safer. I think that in terms of keeping their soldiers safe, they have done, I'd say, pretty much everything they could have, and I don't think they could.
Are you saying they're choosing the safety of the soldiers over what, like the civilians?
Sure, yeah.
That's actually not true. On a very regular basis, Israeli soldiers or IDF soldiers are denied basic things in a combat environment that would protect them rather than civilians. Like, on a very regular basis, they are denied artillery support, air support, helicopter support, all of that, because of the risk it brings to civilians. So they are putting their soldiers actively in harm's way to help with the safety of the civilians. Like, I have personally had friends who have been in Gaza who have been denied air support because there's risk of too many civilians in the area.
What about in the north?
That goes for all of Gaza. The north has seen the most intense fighting, and unfortunately, that's also the area where the most civilians have just chosen to stay and just not care about going to the humanitarian zone. Like, there's still, I think, like 300,000 Gazans in northern Gaza that just flat out refuse to leave.
What about their okay? Have you ever heard of it seems that the tactics they're doing are quite similar to the ones Russia is doing, because what they pretty much do is they use so much artillery that nothing can survive. Then they move in with armored vehicles. It's called the firewall tactic. I'd say that, I mean, haven't you seen pictures of the north? It looks like they've just completely destroyed everything, every building.
Northern Gaza is where most of the intensive fighting has been happening. Overall, per the United Nations, about 63% of the entirety of Gaza has been damaged or destroyed. Not just destroyed, not just damaged, so 63% damaged or destroyed. But cities in the north and cities like Khan Yunis have been hit the hardest because that's where the most intense fighting has been. Now, Israel's definitely not using anything similar to what Russia does, because what Russia uses is standard siege tactics, where they will surround an area and focus all of their fire on that area, or they will just throw meat waves and try to siege that area. The IDF has still dropped the amount of artillery and airstrikes they've had since the very beginning of the campaign, where the airstrikes and the artillery strikes are the most heavy. Granted, they still will use them sometimes, but they're still going door to door and actually fighting, because that is where Hamas is mainly focused right now, in northern Gaza, and still hiding within the Al-Mawasi humanitarian zone. They're not doing anything similar to what Russia is doing. Russia's also not fighting in urban war for the most part, unless it comes to individual cities that they've already leveled by the time they got there. Now, Israel fighting in those cities causes a lot of damage to those cities. It's because they're fighting within the cities. But Russia will level a city before they even get there. Like, they'll level it to the point where it's like, well, if everything's gone, I don't have to worry about it. No, Israel's not using anything close to what Russia does.
Hold on. I would completely disagree. I think that it's definitely the purpose of the destruction is mostly caused by artillery barrages.
You would be incorrect.
Okay, what's your evidence? How would you say that you could cause that level of damage just by fighting, just by having tank rounds?
It's not just tank rounds. There's mortar rounds, there's tank rounds, there's heavy weapons fire, there's all sorts of stuff. You're fighting literally building to building, firing RPGs at each other, and you're doing that for damn near a year. Let's see.
The U.S. didn't destroy Fallujah when they did it.
We were fighting in a much different environment, and we fought a lot less people.
Okay.
Here, let me try and find you a video. Try and find you a video to show you what it's actually like fighting Russia and what they do to different areas.
Yeah, they level everything with artillery, then they drive their tanks over the top. It's called the firewall tactic.
No. So here is an example. This is a city called Pervomaisk. Let me pull it up. This is a city that my friends fought to defend for probably 6 months.
What about Mariinka?
Well, hang on. I'm showing you this specific city right now. This is Pervomaisk. This is what was left of it before the Russians got to it. And they're still hitting it with Grad and artillery. That was an entire city. There is nothing left. Yeah, so that's what Russia does. They also light everything on fire with white phosphorus before they go in. This is in no way comparable to what Russia is doing in Ukraine. Again, these are two different styles of warfare. Russia is using siege tactics before getting involved in urban warfare and still trying to avoid urban warfare as much as possible to where they're just going to old school trench warfare. Israel is going in on foot and getting into actual close quarters battle and urban warfare on a very regular, daily basis. Also, Russia's not dealing with fighting against people who are really literally running around in civilian clothing.
How would you explain the immense destruction that it could cause? And wouldn't it... Okay, I'm just going to be in a sense. Wouldn't it be more logical and reasonable to just completely level a city and then drive your tanks over it?
Yeah, if you didn't care about the civilians, if you wanted to just level the bitch like Russia does, but Israel doesn't do that. They're actually going in door to door and going underground and fighting these people face to face. I mean, again, Russia regularly does this. It's like you keep asking questions to try and grasp at straws to try and make them comparable as the same thing. And every time I give you a point or show you an example to how it's not, you just come up with a different question. Or you try to word it differently. Like military experts, including myself all over the world, have stated that these two things are nothing alike. Right now, Israel has the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare.
Well, how many civilians perished in the Battle of Bakhmut?
I don't know, because guess what? Ukraine actually let their civilians leave.
Yeah,
but Russia started bombing the city long before the fighting even got to that city. They started bombing it while there were still civilians there. You're comparing now a single city to all of Gaza?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's choose a different city. Let's talk about Mariupol. Mariupol had a pre-war population of 445,000. In the first 30 days, Russia surrounded and sieged the city and unalived 25,000 civilians. At that point, the Ukrainian government lost control of that city, and since then, the death toll has risen to about 120,000 minimum. On top of that, 50,000 civilians deported to eastern Russia, including over 10,000 children, which the Belarusian Red Cross openly admitted in the international court to kidnapping and stealing themselves. So, 120,000 people in one city versus 43,000, including combatants in Gaza?
Okay, I'm just gonna say this, but if I was Russia, I would have probably deported them to Western Ukraine. I would not deport them to Russia. That seems overly cruel.
They don't care about Ukrainians.
Yeah, I believe that.
So, like, I don't see the comparison here. Like, you're talking about people that are actively trying to genocide Ukrainians, who are doing what they can to slaughter every Ukrainian they can, openly bragging and posting videos about them executing Ukrainians on state-sponsored television channels and laughing about it. You've got them intentionally destroying every single Ukrainian heritage site they come to, wiping out the areas. When they take over an area, they pay Russian citizens to move into that area and Russify that area, wiping they're ethnically cleansing Ukrainians from that land. Meanwhile, in Gaza, you have Israel putting everyone they can into a humanitarian zone and going, for the love of God, please stay out of the way of the combat. We don't want you injured. When everything's done, you can go back. And unfortunately, yes, it sucks. Stuff's destroyed, but we really don't want you in the way.
Well, that could be seen as good faith, but do you at all think that there are some people in the Israeli government who wish to drive the citizens out so that way they
there's always batshit crazy people in every country and every government. That doesn't mean it's that doesn't mean it's the position of the Israeli government as a whole. But I feel like I'm giving you counterpoints and you're just pivoting to something else to try and grasp at straws here. Because again, with Israel, it's not just, well, they're trying to pretend to be good faith. Dude, you don't give thousands and thousands and thousands of vaccines to people you want to ethnically cleanse or get rid of. You don't allow more aid than what is it called? More aid in tonnage than pre-war, including the private industry. You don't allow people to go to a humanitarian zone, period. You don't have the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare. Like, it's not even close comparable. I'm sure there is a couple examples of absolutely batshit crazy people within the Israeli government. They don't speak for the whole government, though, and they don't speak on behalf of Netanyahu. Netanyahu has openly stated that they're trying not to harm the civilians, that they don't want to take over Gaza, and they're trying to make sure the civilians get out of the way. Like, I don't understand why you're grasping at straws here so hard.
Sir, I'll give you those points. Fine, I'll give you those points.
Okay.
But have you ever heard of the surrender or starve policy?
And what's that?
They will not deliver any aid trucks to the north of Gaza. And they are essentially going to do a siege of Gaza and try to starve off the population.
And who said that?
MPS News.
Okay. And did they quote someone, or was that them theorizing?
Why don't I look at an article?
Are you referring to something you didn't actually read?
Well, no, it was on NPR News. M as in Mickey.
Let's see here.
Surrender or starve policy. They will not give any aid to the north in an effort to essentially starve off the population.
Yeah, well, we've seen that that's not the case because right now in Gaza, per the Gaza Ministry of Health, less than 100 people have died by starvation this entire war, which is less people that died of starvation in the last year without a war. Like 12 months prior to the war, the full 12 months prior, more people died of starvation than have died in the last 12 months of war. Like the OCHA and UNRWA themselves have said they have plenty of aid, including in northern Gaza, The problem is distribution and so much aid of certain types that people legitimately don't want it. They've got videos of themselves and UNRWA workers literally throwing flour into the ocean because they've got so much flour that nobody fucking wants it. So there is plenty of aid in there. What you said it was NPR?
M
or at
as in
Mike or November?
Mike. It's a
M
local radio station.
MPR, Mike Papa Romeo. MPR News.
Like the M stands for Minnesota.
Okay. I see mprnews.org. And what's the article title?
Look up surrender or starve.
Yeah, I did. And all the first things I get is NPR, November Papa Romeo.
Oh. Well, that's really... Let me look up something. I bet I can find an article on it.
I've got the ones that I'm seeing is a former Israeli national security advisor has published a proposal to pressure Hamas to release the hostages. So that's a single former advisor who suggested something. Oh, look, the absolute racist, terrible person is in my chat again. Let's see here. What? Why do you have to make these? Because this account was literally created 8 minutes ago. Okay, we're just gonna block that person.
No, it's MPR News. It's a local station, Tango Diaz. M as in Minnesota. Minnesota Public Radio.
Okay, Minnesota MPR News. What is the title?
MPR News.
And yeah, for those of you guys in the TikTok chat, you guys can't see what's going on the Twitch stream, so there's other chats that you guys can't see. Yeah, I'm dual streaming, guys. So we are live on TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Okay, what is no. I want the original thing you were referring to. What is that?
It's a news radio.
Okay, but what is the article title? Do you not remember what the article title is? Because again, I looked up MPR News, Surrender or Starve Policy in Gaza. The first ones I got is NPR, then PBS, then I got mprnews.org, and that's let's see. Wabasha. Okay, so this looks like no, this is let's see here. I found the Minnesota radio stuff, so let's see. Let's see if I look up their thing. Surrender or starve. All I'm seeing is 2 articles about Ukraine, about people starving because of Russia. So I don't see anything on the website you provided about what you claimed. So again, I see stuff from NPR about the title says Israel threatens to starve out North Gaza, according to UN aid agencies, but it's not even Israel that said this. It's a single former parliamentary member who suggested something, and of course they changed the title and say here I'll even pull it up. I'll put it up on stream. We've got Israel threatens to starve out northern Gaza, UN aid agencies say. But again, it's all it talks about is how one person proposed something, a former position holder that doesn't have that position anymore. So that's I don't. Again, it seems like I'm just gonna be honest, man. It seems like you don't really know much about what you're talking about, and you're finding any excuse you can to justify making Israel look bad, like as far as even going as far as even comparing them to what Russia's doing in Ukraine. You haven't really read the things you're referring to. You haven't had a comeback for anything other than, well, I mean, I don't know. Like, you don't actually seem to know what you're talking about. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't do the research. You can definitely do the research and find out about this stuff. But I think that you probably need to do a lot more research in an unbiased manner, because you are doing everything you can to be as extremely biased as possible while presenting information that, again, you have not even read.
I think I watched too much Alex Jones.
Yeah, you should probably stop watching Alex Jones, the man that thinks Sandy Hook was fake.
I listen to him a lot. Oh, let's not talk about that. Can't talk about. We shouldn't talk about him. We could get banned for talking about him.
I would just stop watching him because he's insane. A broken clock's right twice a day. Occasionally he's right about something, and that's it. Have you ever tried doing any research on this stuff on like again, you keep referring to stuff that you haven't read. Have you tried actually reading the things you are citing? Because a lot of the times, and this happens a lot with the pro-Palestinian community, is you'll cite an article and it actually debunks your claim. Like, it goes completely against the opposite of what you said your claim was in the first place.
Okay, well, here's some. Okay. I'm going to give you one last point.
Okay.
The Israeli army acts just like France during World War I with how they treat their own soldiers.
And how was that?
They force young boys who have just turned 18 into trenches with no regard for their lives, and they just use human wave attacks, and they use artillery too.
And what random opinion article did you get this from?
I came to my conclusion after seeing how they're treated.
So what videos do you have to make an educated opinion on how Israeli soldiers are treated?
I know that they have a draft.
No, they have mandatory service. It's not a draft. They have mandatory service, which a lot of countries do. So what does that have to do with the other claims you made about how they just throw people in the trenches completely untrained? Because that's not true at all. They go through a standardized period of training with standardized training, and then they go to their units and they make it more training there. You don't just take a random dude, hand him a rifle. This isn't World War I. You don't just take a random dude, hand him a rifle, and throw him in a trench.
Then why have I seen them in trenches?
Please show me where you have seen IDF soldiers sitting in trenches conducting trench warfare. I swear to God, if you refer to something of them clearing a Hamas tunnel or a Hezbollah trench,
haven't you seen that one video where that one Marine jumps in the trench and he ends up taking out quite a few people, and then there's one guy that walks by with a Kalashnikov, but he doesn't see him because he's hiding, and he shoots him?
Dude, what are you talking about? What does this have to do with the IDF?
Wasn't that in Israel?
Are you suggesting the United States Marines are fighting in Israel?
No. Israel has, like, shock Marines, right? They have some equivalent to shock troops that are designed to.
What are you, dude? If you just hate Israel and you don't have any actual reason for it, just say you hate Israel. Like, okay. It's a lot less embarrassing than coming up with excuses that make absolutely no sense and just make you look like a fool. Like, at no point has anything you have ever said been a coherent thought in this entire discussion. Like, nothing you have said. You were just making shit up off the top of your head.
Okay, I don't like him.
Okay, cool. Why?
I don't even really support the... I just feel like they're too... It's just like the Somali Civil War of 1991. Just two savage tribes that want to wipe each other out.
Except Israel has repeatedly said, for the love of God, please just leave us alone and we can live in peace. Like, Israel has offered peace and a path to Palestinian statehood on multiple occasions. Again, I think you don't actually know what you're talking about on this topic at all. Do you even know where Gaza is on a map? Like, be honest.
It borders Egypt, the Sinai Desert, And it's to the southwest of Israel. It has a coastline on the
If
Mediterranean.
if I said A, B, and C in the context of Israel, what would that mean to you?
Area A is like
Okay.
areas where Israel has full control. Area B is areas where Israel has
Okay.
partial
How do you know all of that stuff, but you don't know like anything else about Israel? How do you not know anything about the conflict itself if you know that stuff?
Well, I know some stuff about the conflict. Why don't you do more trivia?
This isn't trivia night.
Oh.
This is like discussion night.
Well, from what I don't know, just how do you explain the immense? It seems like to me, from the videos I've seen, that that 60% of the buildings in Gaza have been destroyed, and I don't really think that you can destroy.
Do you know where you just got that 60% number? Because I know you pulled it out. You didn't just pull it out of your ass. You saw it somewhere. Do you know where you got that number?
I think I was watching like a Ryan McBeth podcast with like some.
Yeah, it's the same number that I cited. It's from UNISAT, the Department of the United Nations. That's job is literally to do that. They did an analysis that showed 63% of Gaza is damaged or destroyed. I said that multiple times earlier. Damaged or destroyed. So that's what happens in a densely populated urban environment when you're fighting against a guerrilla force that is just using the civilian infrastructure to fight out of. Like that, again, damaged or destroyed doesn't mean like a building has to have a wall missing. It could just be like, it's got a couple bullet holes in it. It's a damaged building now.
I don't really think they care about a few bullet holes.
No, that is literally, that counts as damaged. Like you could count a broken window as a damaged or destroyed building because it is damaged. That is how that calculation works. It's like build it like just basic damage counts as damaged or destroyed.
Well, here's a question for you. How bad does something have to be in order for it to be considered an injury? Is getting a paper cut considered an injury in the military?
Dude, where is this going? What? Just get to the base question.
Okay,
What was that question going to lead to? Because clearly that wasn't the main question. What was that question going to lead to?
Okay. Here's a real question. And this is a really tough question. But if a soldier's in a military and he gets injured and he manages to heal and he manages to go back on the front lines and he gets injured again, does that count as 2 injuries?
Yes, someone can be counted as multiple casualties. That is why stuff like in Ukraine is very confusing because a lot of soldiers will get on the Ukrainian side will get injured and then go back to the front line and get injured again, and then go back to the front line and get injured again. One person can count as multiple casualties in a casualty report.
Oh, it's very neat.
Okay, I'm just gonna move on, Jeff. I can't. To explain why we should help people committing ethnic cleansing. How do you ethnically cleanse someone while their population is on the rise? I've never seen an ethnic cleansing that had an active population growth. Why am I wasting my time? Well, because nobody else was requesting. I saw someone in the chat earlier say, "Oh, my friend's requesting," but there's no one in the request. I see someone in the request real quick, but I do gotta go pee real quick. Where's Braca? Why is she not coming? Hang on just one second. My pro Russia friend is dodging. That sounds about right. I see one person in the request. Hang on just 1 second. I will get you. Minsk 1 and Minsk 2 in Donbass. What are you talking about? Minsk 1 and Minsk 2, both violated by Russia. What do you want to know about them? All right. I don't know where the bathroom towel went, so my hands are wet now. Okay. Let's see. Hello, Jim Bro. What's up?
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's on your mind?
Ukraine deserves our full, non-half-assed support. Why do you think that?
Because we signed an agreement to help them, and what we're doing right now, trickling in little small amounts of bullshit and delaying aid from other countries, is only hindering them. We have an obligation to uphold, and we are actively hindering our ally by going about it the way we're doing it.
Are they a part of NATO?
No, you don't have to be a part of NATO to be an ally of the United States or any other country.
No, I know that, but they're not specifically a part of NATO, correct?
No.
So why should we? Why does it need our full attention?
By full non-half-ass support, I mean do what we should be doing which is what we signed up to do with the Budapest Memorandum, to give them full security assurances and assistance. Meaning not, hey, I might get this thing to you, and then 6 months later, hey, I pulled my head out of my ass, I figured it out. And then another 6 months later, hey, I figured it out again, here's this other thing. Because all we're doing, again, is hindering their efforts to defend their own sovereignty and freedom. Also, we're doing the same thing with Europe. We keep telling Europe, hold off, no, we got it. And then we drag our ass, and then Europe's like, hey, we could have been doing this for months, why are you delaying us? When we could just get the hell out of the way. We are actively hindering our allies' ability to defend themselves.
I could see that you would say that we're hindering them, but I don't think we should be involved at all.
Yeah, but you don't get to back out on an agreement just because it's inconvenient. Like, we knew that something like this could happen one day, and we knowingly signed that agreement anyways, because it's what we do as America. We help those that we sign agreements with and that are our allies.
Yeah, I don't think America should be involved at all, if I'm being totally honest. I think Americans that want to volunteer for it, absolutely.
But does it not mean, so if someone makes you a promise, does that mean anything to you?
It depends. I mean, people break promises all the time.
Yeah, but isn't that a bad thing?
It's definitely a bad thing. It makes you not trustworthy anymore.
Yeah, which is why the more we fiddle fuck around with Ukraine and not give our full support, it discourages other allies, such as Taiwan. Taiwan has seen the writing on the wall and cannot rely on us anymore, to the point where they've changed their entire defensive strategy over the last few years because of how the last two administrations have handled Ukraine. So Taiwan's previous defensive strategy was literally just hold out until America gets here. That's it. Wait, hold off. America will get here. We're saved.
Administrations?
Yes. Trump was also abiding by the Budapest Memorandum with Ukraine, but was actively not doing a goddamn thing about Russia actively attacking Ukrainian bases and Ukrainian cities. So his administration as well.
I don't remember Russia ever invading Ukraine under Trump.
They invaded in 2014. The war has been going on since then. The second full-scale invasion came in 2022. The war has been going on since 2014. Trump was abiding by the Budapest Memorandum, providing Ukraine with arms, weapons, and training, and was actively in charge when multiple Ukrainian military bases were straight up bombed by Russian forces, while multiple cities were attacked and taken over by Russian separatists. Like, all of that stuff was going on under Trump's presidency, and he didn't do shit. So because of how the last two administrations have treated stuff like Ukraine, Taiwan has started to not rely on us anymore and has said we've changed our entire defensive strategy. On top of that, we've had South Korea, Australia, Japan, and the Philippines all look at Taiwan and go, hey, we know you can't rely on the United States anymore. We can't rely on them either. Don't worry. If China invades, we got your back. We're here. That really sets us down on the world stage. That makes us look bad. That makes other people not want to sign agreements with us. That makes other people not want to trust us. And it gives China the green light to possibly invade Taiwan, which jeopardizes the entire semiconductor manufacturing industry for us. Something that we really heavily rely on. So that's where I'm getting at with this.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I mean, I disagree, but fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I if it was my way, I think I'm just saying it like this because I think we should be abiding fully by the agreement, which we kind of are, not entirely, but kind of. Again, we also just tend to leak a lot of shit. That's why Ukraine didn't tell us about the Kursk incursion. They were like, because if they had told us, we would have fucking leaked that shit everywhere, and Russia would have known about it. But like if it was my way, I would have been boots on the ground. Fuck it, I would have been totally okay with that. I would have re-enlisted for that. But it is what it is.
Re-enlisted? What branch of service?
I did 10 years in the United States Marine Corps. 7 of my 10 years I did combat marksmanship instruction, doctrine development. So a lot of what the Marine Corps uses to train people and send them to war has my name on it. I created the entire pistol course fire training course that we have. I did all the simulator training. I even did time in Ukraine, voluntarily training Ukrainian soldiers. I've done a lot of stuff, but again, if it was my way, I would have had boots on the ground. The 101st and the 82nd Airborne have been sitting on the border of Poland, fucking itching to go to smack Russia around. Like, our boys are ready. They are willing, but the country is not.
Yeah, I was at 0311 in the Marine Corps. So
when did you get out?
I got out in 2020.
Did you fire ARQ?
No.
You didn't fire ARQ. When was the last time you went to the range to qual?
Fucking, I qualled last with my M4.
But what was the last course of fire you fired?
Last course of...
Yeah, like when you went to the range, what course of fire did you fire?
I'm not sure.
What range did you go to last?
I was in Camp Lejeune.
What range did you go to, though? What was the name of the range?
Fuck if I know.
So you don't know what the name of the range was? Yep, I knew who it was. That's a little stolen valor guy. He didn't do shit. He didn't do shit. He was. I started to pick up on it as soon as he said he was in the military. He was on another person's live that I called out, and he just ran away last time too. It's very, very specific questions that people should be able to answer pretty easily. Like when I said ARQ, which is a course of fire, and he said, "Oh, well, I called on my M4. That's nice. I didn't name a weapon type." Ah, Jesus Christ. If that guy is military, I'm Mossad. Wait a minute. Ah, God. Okay, do we have any guests? Yeah, that's basic tell stuff if you served. Yeah. Hey, like and share the live. Why do they all want to lie about being in the military? It's so weird. I don't know. Oh, I guess. Like and share live, guys. We're at 8.6 thousand likes. Let's get this up. We're only at 60 viewers too. Let's boost this thing. Why do they want to? Thank you guys for joining the team. I'll do one more little self promo. Since we're waiting for guests. So, if you guys want to help out with the war effort in Ukraine, let me pause the music. If you guys want to help out with the war effort in Ukraine, what I do is I 3D print training materials and stuff that helps Ukrainian soldiers on the front line. So right now, these are for training purposes, TikTok. These are not real. These are military props. We have mines, landmines, for training purposes, both for identification purposes and for defusal training. So We've got stuff like this, the Palm 2 mine, as well as this one that sticks into the ground to hold it, but it's the same thing. It'll have the legs coming off. And what these are is training mines, just like this, where this gets buried, but this holds a, what's it called? This holds a CO2 tank. We've got 8 gram and 12 gram CO2 tanks to where they get punctured and they set off a visual and audio cue that essentially you are a moron and you have set off a landmine. So if you guys want to help out with stuff like this, you can go to my link tree in my bio, and we have an Amazon wish list titled Ukraine 3D printing materials. You can directly send me a spool of 3D printer filament. So you don't have to send me money. You just send a spool of filament just like this. Whoop, and it comes directly to my front door. God damn it. And I throw it straight on the printer. Ukraine must just fold, tell off, NATO open. What the hell are you talking about? If you guys want to help out with that stuff, feel free to go to my link tree and donate what you want, if anything, or not. I don't really care. I'm still going to keep doing it whether people help or not. Why is my headset crackling? Sam would never do a fair one-on-one with me. I would destroy him. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Why would I care? You guys are like so fucking... You guys think way too highly of yourselves on the pro-Palestinian side. You think that you guys are like these god-tier debaters that know what the fuck you're talking about, but you guys have literally nothing. Every time someone debunks you, you fucking pivot, you straw man, you change topics. Like, I don't understand how you guys are so full of yourselves. It genuinely blows my mind. I descend from the first Christians? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? He literally just said no. Bro, are you even... See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you people don't even listen. What do you talk... When did I say no? When did I ever say the words, I will not debate you, or the words no? What the fuck are you talking about? ICBM party, and Twitch chat says, damn, this is boring. Okay. Then keep scrolling. I don't care. Bro said he's Palestinian, Jewish, and Christian. Yep. I just said from Squirtle. Damn, someone's upset in Twitch chat. Man comes into my stream, insults me, and I said I don't care, and then he loses his shit. How's it going, Hammer?
Hello.
Uh, what are you doing tonight?
Work.
Nah,
Laundry.
it's been extremely dry tonight here.
It's so. Oh, you're talking about
The
the
stream.
live.
Oh yeah, no,
Oh,
the weather. No, it's been raining like a motherfucker where I am right now.
oh no, the weather here is so dry. It's ridiculous. I'm putting lotion on. It's super dry, cold.
Damn. Imagine being so Hammer. What does it take to be so sad in your life that you have to insult someone, and when they say they don't care, you lose your fucking mind on them?
Sounds like a Palestinian.
Okay, we got a request.
Hello.
Hello, Greg. What's up?
Well, it's nice to meet you tonight. What was I going to say? So, would you ever consider that, do you think that Israel's drafting of ultra-Orthodox individuals who simply just want to study scripture and have nothing to do with this fighting, do you think that goes too far?
No, I don't.
Don't you think it's incredibly cruel to force poor young boys in the military, force all of them?
Okay, Jeff, are you gonna like come up with anything different? Like conscription is a thing in multiple countries across the world. Like,
Okay.
like, are you that desperate for attention? Like, again, it seems like stuff you don't actually know that much about. You should probably do more research in.
Fine.
Like,
Let me say this one thing.
conscription is a standard thing in a lot of countries across the entire globe.
The Israelis act just like the Somalis. They're as uncivilized as the Somalis. I think the Palestinians are better.
Please tell me. Okay, so let's compare things between Somalia, Palestinians, and Israel. Hammer, do you want to play this game? Let's compare the morality and the behavior of Israelis versus Palestinians, Somalis, and Israelis. Do you want to play?
I mean,
Okay. Hammer, which group of people, which country,
he doesn't believe it.
which country doesn't, and which country doesn't oppress LGBTQ members?
Hold on, you think that's a good thing?
What?
I'm just gonna admit, I don't think any country should be tolerating that behavior. I think that's just being completely.
So you don't think they deserve to exist?
Honestly, I don't like them. I think it's just.
I don't care if you don't like them. That's not what I asked. I don't care if you don't like them. I'm asking you, do you think they deserve the right to exist? Does a gay person deserve to, like, literally be alive?
I am not going to answer that on TikTok currently.
Bro, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Your parents not show you enough attention? Like, what kind of crazy talk are you talking? They're human beings. What's the problem?
Even if you don't like how they are, like what they do or believe, it doesn't mean they don't deserve to be alive.
Okay, did you see the rave? They were just being completely degenerate at that rave. They were.
Wait a second. We're talking about. We're not degenerate at the rave. What, by dancing?
Well, the Israelis.
Yeah, we're not going back to that. We're talking about the right of gay people to literally be alive. Yes or no? Do you think gay people have the right to be alive?
I can't say the Y word right now, but well,
okay. What?
I can't.
What's the Y word?
Yes.
Why can't you say yes? Gay people deserve to be alive.
Wait a second. No, I meant. I'm sorry, they don't. I think that's just.
How old are you, dude? Greg, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Oh God, our future. I can't wait till my kids get out in the workforce and have to compete against you. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be glorious.
Anyway, I think that if you tolerate that, you're going to end up on a slippery slope and tolerate so much else. Like for example, in Afghanistan, we shouldn't talk about that. I think that's too dark for
Well,
TikTok.
here's my thing then. I think that anyone who's intolerant of gay people literally being alive should be unalived. How's that?
Well, that's
Because we
your
shouldn't tolerate that.
Well, that's your view, and I have my view.
Greg.
Well, just call him Jeff. He changed his name to get back up here because I got bored of him earlier. It's Jeff.
Oh. Is this what your parents taught you when you were growing up? Like, seriously, is this how your parents raised you to like be so intolerant and nasty to people that don't have the same lifestyle that you do? Like,
Well,
is this something you were taught by your parents, or is this something you acquired on your own?
I'd say it was somewhat taught by my parents, but then I saw them. I'm just like, wow, these people. I just can't stand these people. They're so goddamn annoying.
You can't stand your parents?
No. I can't stand gay people. They're just so annoying.
Got it. And this is something your parents taught you?
Partially, but the rest of it was actually meeting them and being like, wow, these people are annoying and they're degenerate.
You go to college? You work? What do you do?
I currently have my own construction company. I have a excavator company and I'm sorry, I'm not going to give too many details at it, but I have that and I do some of the labor myself. However, like I have other people working for me and I provide them. Well, it's a small company.
Okay. Just curious.
But I'm making pretty all right money. I'm not going to disclose that because the IRS.
Nobody asked you.
Nobody
right.
cares.
What you were making. So I don't know why you would bring that up.
Yeah, but the whole thing is I just feel as if you tolerate gay people, it will lead to, well, I think that's already pretty bad, but it will lead to a slippery slope that will lead to society just becoming very degenerate. For example, have you heard of...
You think being gay is something new?
No, I don't think it's something new, but I think it's something that is newly tolerated by societies. For example, no society before, I think, probably 2000 tolerated them. Well, I mean, most societies were like, wow, these people are annoying. They're a bunch of bundles of sticks is what they are.
Bro, what is wrong with you? Like, seriously, you can't really think this way. You're just trying to get a little
There's
bit of
got to
attention.
be rage bait.
Come on, man. You don't actually think
Yeah,
this way.
I'm gonna at the risk of him saying something else that'll get the live banned. I'm just gonna. All right.
There's something wrong with that guy. I'm sorry.
Look, let me just say, I have no idea what that guy was on about. And,
What the
yeah,
fuck?
It's good. It's good that you booted him.
I'm just so
I
lost.
had no idea. I'm lost too. I was listening to it.
Oh God. Oh, Hammer. There's someone in the comments that would love to meet you. I don't know if they've met you before.
Okay.
Their name is Dragnar.
Okay.
Dragnar, do you want to come up and talk to Hammer?
Anyway,
Yeah. What's up, False Flag?
I've got a question for you guys. Do you think that Israel is a safer place than before October
Oh
7th?
God, not this boring guy.
Okay, I asked you a
Safer
question.
with respect to itself, or safer with respect to other places.
I'd say itself.
I'd say it's probably safer considering the fact that with how overly confident Israel's military was with like border security and stuff before, things could have ended up a lot worse. And now that we know and the fuck up has been passed, it's probably safer realistically. Because like the complacency, the complacency that they displayed on October 7th that led to October 7th could have been a lot worse, especially considering we know that Hezbollah was planning to do the same thing but worse from the north. Had that complacency been with Hezbollah rather than with Hamas, things could have ended up a lot worse. And now that we know that, and Israel has learned from those lessons and is no longer being complacent, I'd say it's a lot safer than it was before.
So you do admit there was an element of complacency.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, everyone gets fucking complacent. We did the same thing with 9/11. Like, again, Israel had reports that Hamas was going to attempt to do something, and they looked at those plans and went, good fucking luck. That's never going to happen. They can never pull that off. Just like with 9/11, the U.S. got reports that, like, hey, at some point somewhere, don't know when, don't know how many, don't know how, a bunch of dudes are going to try and take over planes. The United States looked at that and went, yeah, that's a good one, but good luck with that. And then it happened, and we went, oh, shit. Like, there was absolutely complacency.
Yeah, but on that, you were actually doing drills on that eventuality on September 11th.
Yeah, not to the extent, not to the extent, or what was actually thought was, or what actually ended up happening. Again, it was, we kind of had an idea, and it was still in the back of the mind of like, there's no way anyone's actually going to pull that off. Like, it was beyond comprehension that anyone would. It's like, yeah, sure, we can practice a little bit, but like, really, no one's going to pull this off.
But the thing is, like, I get varying.
Why are you
reports
Why are
from
you worried about
guys.
Israel's safety? Are you planning a trip?
Listen,
Are you planning a trip?
oh man, listen.
I asked you a question. Are you planning a trip?
No, I'm not. Not at
Well, what are you
all.
worried about?
I'm just asking for your safety.
Well, don't worry about me. I'm going. I'm going.
Are you in?
I sent my daughter there
Are you-
after 10/7.
Are you there now, or
No, I'm not here. No, I'm not there now.
okay?
But I would certainly go.
I would
Why
love
not?
to go. I
Okay.
can't afford it, though.
My business partner just came back. He was there for a week and a half.
So what I was saying anyway is that Israeli supporters, I'd say 50% say there was no failure on October 7th.
Really? Show me the
50%.
data.
Yeah, I'd say that I'd say that most people in the world who would have been asked that, even if that is a real statistic, which I doubt that it is,
It's not.
I doubt
I'm
that
going
most
on-
people in the world who would have been asked that would have known a damn thing about it to make a qualified guess on that, anyways.
There's no Israelis that didn't say it wasn't a
guess
failure. Not one.
I'm talking to a lot of radicals.
There's
because
no Israeli
I've
that would say
spoken
that was.
with a lot
Bro,
of
I'm
people
talking.
that have said
I'm
that.
talking. Because you're just making up stuff, and you go from Jewish Live to Jewish Live, because you obviously have no life. You're obviously kind of a loser, probably an incel. Girls don't talk to you. So you come here and you say stupid shit in these lives, thinking you're going to trigger people, and maybe it works for some. But there's no Israeli or reasonable person who looked at what happened on October 7th and didn't think it was a failure. That's ridiculous. You made that number up because you're a liar and you're bored and you need a little bit of attention because you're probably a virgin and you're an incel.
Jesus
Let's just be real here.
Christ.
All right, thanks, False Flag. We appreciate you coming up, buddy. Go bother somebody else. Thanks. Bye.
Why do I have a person speaking in Tunisian in my comments?
There's no reason to entertain these losers. I mean, I get it. It's a live. People want viewers.
Oh, I got someone for you. I got Dragnar.
There's no reason. That guy was just a loser.
No.
Like, seriously.
All right, Hammer. This is someone who's wanted to talk to you for a while.
I'm really having trouble finding some documents here. Who's this?
Mr. Hammer, like, what is your? Why did you have to drop him? He has a voice.
So, everyone has a voice. Doesn't mean I have to listen to it.
He's not
Oh,
wrong.
You will listen to it, honey. Listen, from the river to the sea, you will hear it for years until we get this.
Okay. How's it going right now with
Okay,
the river?
yours.
How's it going right
Okay.
now with the from the river to the sea?
I know, I know. I'm too hot for you. I get it.
Are you
But
guys,
Mr.
are you guys
Hammer,
close?
I just have a question.
Are you guys close
Huh?
to the river to the sea thing? Are you guys close?
Listen, you guys are losing. Did you not know that?
Losing, totally, absolutely. Let me ask you a question to see how badly we're losing. On October 6th, how many Israeli soldiers were in Gaza?
Guess what, honey?
Are you going to answer
You're
my question?
losing.
Or are
I
you
know
just
you
gonna,
want
are you
to
gonna
look
answer
in the
my
past.
question?
We're looking at
Are you
now and
going
in
to
the
answer my
future, honey.
question? Well, this proves about the winning and the losing.
Yeah,
So
but how is the past
you
talking
wanna-
about the future and the present?
I'll drop you like false flag if you don't want to have a conversation. Again, you have
Listen,
a voice.
honey, you
it
can
doesn't mean I
drop
have
your
to listen.
addy. You can
have
drop
a
your
voice,
addy,
it
honey.
doesn't
That's
mean
all you can
you have
drop
a
on me.
voice, it doesn't mean I have to listen to you. So I asked you a question. How many Israeli troops were in Gaza on October 6th? It's a very simple answer.
Well, okay, so there was a good 300 of them because
Bye. All right, come back when you're ready to answer a question, Dragnar. Come back when you really have something to say, when you're ready to answer a question. I'm having trouble finding this document that I need, and I'm getting a little teeny bit frustrated.
Okay, let's let the next person up first.
How you going? All right.
What's up, Nas?
Yeah, I just wanted to. First, I just wanted to say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
When?
Yeah.
That's the first thing.
Okay.
When?
Oh, when? I'll tell you when. When Israel decides to stop its G-side.
Well, let's just say they stop tomorrow. You still wouldn't have the river to the sea. You would just be rebuilding that shithole Gaza, right?
Why would you call it a shithole, Gaza? That's a bit
Well, it is a
racist.
shithole.
Why would you call it a shithole? You people are very
It is
racist.
a
Wait, what
shithole.
is calling a geographical location shit have to do with race?
Because there are people who live on that.
Wait, so if I call San Francisco a shithole, does that mean I'm racist against San
Yeah,
Franciscans?
you're racist against hippies.
if you're supporting what Israel are doing, then obviously it is racist.
So walk me through.
Wait,
this.
with that
Israel
again, that has
stops the
nothing to do with
war.
race.
Israel stops the war.
It does, because
How
you're
did you
actually
get the
analyzing
river to the
Palestinian
sea?
people. You're analyzing Palestinian people, 50,000
Great.
so
No,
Great.
not
Just answer my
50,000.
question, though. Just answer my question.
43,000.
Israel, 43,000, whatever. Listen,
Yeah, okay.
Israel stops tomorrow. Okay, you
Yeah.
said from the river.
Yeah.
Which river is it again?
From the river to
Which
the
river?
sea,
Which river?
Palestine will be free.
Right, which river?
Your mum's river.
No, which
Wait,
river?
wait, you don't know which river, do you?
Your mum's river.
You don't know the river.
A year in and you don't even know the river?
Okay,
You
which
don't even
river
know
is
the
it?
river in?
Your previous question was about where were the IDF on October the 6th.
Okay, go
Yeah?
find out what river it is and then come back. Go find
Uh,
out. You're
I-
chanting from the river to the sea and you don't even know the river. Come
I
back
had-
when you figure out the
What
river.
was it? There was someone on Nick's live the other day that was just talking a bunch of stuff. And Nick was too distracted, and I was just handling them. And I was like, "Hey, you could obviously tell they didn't know what they were talking about." So I was like, "Hey, if I said to you A, B, and C in the context of Israel, would that mean anything to you?" And they were like, "Why are you going over the alphabet? What does that mean?" It's like, just get out of here. Just get out of here.
Oh, these people are so dumb. So dumb. And you know what's crazy is that they're dumb and they're like proud of it. They're proud of being dumb.
The confidence is just mind blowing.
Like, it's crazy.
Darth Beaver, what's up?
Hey Sam, hi King Hammer again.
Hello.
I come in as the King's Hammer's jester.
Wait,
I think I could be my own jester. couldn't I?
you have court jesters now? Why did this
I think
happen?
I could be my own jester. But yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I asked Hammer earlier about the circumference of your head, Sam.
Just gonna get rid of that person.
He did. He asked me on Nick Live.
God fucking damn it, dude.
Hey, you sent me something, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh,
I never got it.
update on that. I have asked USPS. It is sitting at a warehouse in Vegas. They cannot read the address on it because they soaked the package in water. I am waiting for the package to get back, and they said they will cover the shipping to send it back to you. It is somewhere at a warehouse
I'm not
in the middle of
complaining, I
nowhere.
just wanted you to know it didn't come in.
Yeah, I know. I tried tracking it, and it's been sitting in a warehouse since then. I called USPS, sat on the phone for like 4 hours, got nowhere. Went into my post office, and they called. They're like, "Oh yeah, the package is damaged, so it's undeliverable." I was like, "Okay, no one was going to tell me that. You weren't going to return it, like nothing. You were just going to leave it sitting in a fucking warehouse. Like, what's the deal?"
Inaction. That is government inaction right there. That is like the perfect crystallization of.
Like, hey, we know you paid money to do this thing, and you paid us to do this service. We're just gonna not do that service, and we're not even gonna tell you we didn't do it. We're just gonna.
Oh, you could have sat there forever.
Oh, did you? There was what was it? There was a dude who actually shipped something with an air tag in it with DHL, I think, because he was testing out which shipping companies were the most efficient. DHL left one of his packages at an airport, and he could see where it was, and they still would not let him get it and told him it was gone forever. He could see the air tag still pinging in the airport and was telling him, "My package is here. Here's the proof. Here's this. I know it's here." 3 months later, they were like, the air tag just died. So like, that's not even government right there. Like, what the hell? By the way, Hammer, I found a way to get this hat to fit. The one that Alice made me, I found a way to get it to fit.
Just put it on your head.
No, I have to wear my headset. See?
Oh, jeez. She really. Oh my God.
Hammer, she didn't listen to my hat size. I gave her my hat size, and she did not trust me because of you saying my head was large.
Well, your head is large.
So
but you're not-
hang on. Here's the scary
you're not
part,
a
Hammer.
baboon.
Hang on. Here's the scary part. She said this fits her boyfriend's head snug.
Oh, Jesus.
I was like, "Did you marry Bigfoot?" She's like, "Yeah, basically."
Yeah, for reals.
This fits his head
Wild.
snug. I could, when I'm not wearing my headset. Hammer, have you seen me drop this on my head without my headset?
That's crazy.
What? Watch this. Wait.
Okay. Yeah.
It
nobody's
doesn't
head
even
is
touch
that
the side
big.
of my head.
Nobody's head is that big. That's funny.
This thing's
Funny,
massive.
funny.
Oh, nice T-shirt. Thank you. It's my Tiki Club SpongeBob shirt. Okay. What's up though, Darth Beaver? What did you have to say about my head size?
Hey, I was just messing with you, man. Hey, by the way, I am on your side. I love Israel, and I'm for Ukraine as well.
Dope.
So, but I do have a question. Why are people like, if you are not for Palestine or for Palestine, what do they call? Well, they're not really Palestine, but why do they call you racist? But then they'll be against the Zionists, and they're not
Because they
considered
don't
racist. I
know
don't
anything.
understand
They're
it.
using buzzwords and anything they can to attack a person. Any label they can put on a person to make them look as bad. Racism is a bad thing. Therefore, if I call you racist, that makes me feel good because I'm making you look like the worst person. Like, they're just calling people anything that'll stick to make them look bad.
Yeah, I never understood it. I'm like, because, like I think Jews and people in Israel deserve their own land and stuff. That's why I kind of like, what the heck are they talking about? Why should the people in Gaza just be able to come in and take the land from them, That's why I never understood. But that was my opinion.
Wait, Hammer, maybe we lower the bar. Maybe it's not when they actually just kick all the Jews out of the land. Maybe it's just when they figure out what river and what sea. Because that might take them longer.
Dude, I mean, in all seriousness, it's been a year for a lot of these people who are now all of a sudden pro-Palestinian. How do you guys not know what the river and the sea are? How do you not know that? Like, I wasn't asking him for the particulars of the Sykes-Picot agreement. You're chanting it. You're saying it. You're going up on lives and talking about it, and you don't know what river it is? Shit, we didn't even get to the sea part.
I heard someone.
SeaWorld?
No,
SeaWorld?
what was it? Someone said that someone told me the Dead Sea before.
Dead Sea, which is actually a lake.
Yeah, they said the Dead Sea.
Dead Sea.
That Israel is actually one of my places I'd like to visit. Both my parents have been there 3 times,
Oh,
and they brought me back a olive wood Bible and a nativity scene, and they brought back some pictures from there, like that were painted and stuff, and they brought me back a Jewish Star of David for my necklace.
oh, nice.
I've done the Jesus walk in Jerusalem.
Did you?
What's the
Yeah.
Jesus walk?
The walk that Jesus did on the way to crucifixion.
What do they make you carry a cross?
No, you just see the path that he took.
Oh,
Yeah, no, they make me carry a huge cross. Yeah, that's exactly.
I don't know the Jesus experience.
And I've been down the Jordan River where Jesus was baptized.
My parents did the baptism in the the Dead Sea?
No, I guarantee they didn't do it in the Dead Sea. They did it in the Jordan River.
Was it the Jordan River? Yeah, I know it's one of their things around there. Yeah.
The Dead Sea has 70% salt content.
So it was the
you don't
Jordan
want to
River?
you don't want to be putting your head in the Dead Sea. That's
So it's
not
the Jordan River then?
Yeah, it's the Jordan River.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I've never been there, but I'd like to go there.
You should. It's awesome.
I'm broke. Otherwise, I'd go to Israel.
It's an amazing place.
One more thing. Oh, and I was going to tell you, Sam, I was
Mhm.
telling Nick about my grandpa earlier, but I was going to tell you about my uncle. He was a Marine for in Vietnam.
Nice, nice.
He served his time, but unfortunately, he passed away to PTSD.
Oof, I'm sorry to hear that.
But that was a hard one for us. He had applied for his benefits and stuff, and the week after he passed away from it, his benefits ended up coming in the mail, and that was like maybe 4 years ago. But yeah, he didn't. He fought all that time and couldn't handle it no more.
Well, if you guys want, I don't know if the family knows about this. You can go to, hang on, is this the website? Hang on. You can go to tillvalhallaproject.com. And you can get a custom memorial wristband made for him. So like you see the black wristbands a lot of service members wear? You can get a custom engraved one on their website.
And it's called Till Valhalla?
Till Valhalla, like, you know,
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me go on the website and figure out where the bracelets are. Custom bracelets. There, yeah, we are. So you go to tillvalhallaproject.com, go to bracelets, and then it should be under custom bracelets.
Okay.
And you should be able to get a custom one where you can get like a Marine Corps logo on it. You can get his name, what years he was alive and stuff, and just like a phrase and everything. Like that's mine's from a different company. Mine's a little bit older, but I need to get a new one and add some new names to it. So this is basically where this goes with me everywhere. So that's, you know, just a nice little memorial thing. You can do it for any service member that you know in your life that's passed away. It's just a little way to remember him and carry him with you.
Okay, yeah, because our family is like mostly veterans. Most of the guys in our family, so and we lost 3 in the last 5 years, and one of them was to suicide. But unfortunately,
yeah.
But you know, he was a proud Marine, that's for sure. But anyways, guys, nice talking to y'all tonight, and y'all have a good night, and I'll still watch.
All right, you have a good night, Darth. Bye, Court Jester.
Bye.
Hey, Dragnar's back, Hammer. Oh,
Mr. Hammer. Yes. I'm ready to answer your question. I'll be honest. I don't know how many soldiers were there that day, but I can tell you that the Jordan River is also the Palestine River, and that's to the Mediterranean Sea.
wait, Dragnar, he's not back yet.
Oh, he stepped away. Oh, he heard me. Oh.
Did he figure it out?
My number, Hi there, big fella. Yes, I don't know that. I don't know how many soldiers were there. I'll be honest. I like to
Did you
be
figure it
honest.
out?
I know it's from the Jordan Sea to, I'm sorry, Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, honey. And yes, the Jordan River is the Palestine River part of it, yeah, honey.
Okay. You know the word Jordan is Hebrew, right?
That's up to interpretation.
No, it comes from the word Yarden. It's Hebrew.
Oh yeah, where'd you get your knowledge from, Mr. Hammer?
Bye.
Wait, no, listen, wait, Mr. Hammer. What?
Goodbye.
Oh, you don't like talking to
I
Dragnar?
gotta talk to your sister.
Oh, Jesus. Dragnar, would your brother Ragnar like to come back?
Speaking of which,
Oh, no.
Speaking of which, how is she handling the post-election?
I have not actually talked to her.
Should give her a ring, see if she's doing okay. Maybe she's packing up and getting ready to move to Canada or something. Should give her a holler, check in, seriously. On that, I'm being serious. You don't have to sigh so heavily.
Hang on, Dragnar. Hang on, Dragnar. Would your brother Ragnar like to come back?
Is that guy a troll? Is he like? Is that a? He's a.
Hang on,
joke
wait. Well,
guy.
just wait till you meet his brother Ragnar.
Yeah, this is not a real guy. Like, this is just a jokey guy, right? He's playing around. Because his voice is so over the top, it doesn't sound real. Like it's like a caricature of someone, not an actual person's the way they would normally talk. But who knows? Who knows?
Damn it.
Where do you get your information from? I don't know. Books.
Oh, Ragnar can't come up. Damn it. Yeah, that's one of ours. It's, if you look in the chat, it's Modern Ragnar.
It's they're on our side though, right?
Yes.
They're just playing around. Okay.
Yes. Look, well, okay, so you saw the profile picture, another one. Now look at the chat and look at Modern Ragnar. It's Ragnar and his sister Dragnar.
I don't know what any of that means.
Ragnar is his name.
Is that like anime or something?
No, like kind of like like Ragnarok.
What, I don't know what that is.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Ancient Vikings, think maybe that'll help you?
So nerd shit.
Oh, come on.
Just straight up nerd shit.
Oh, wait, hold on. There you go.
Oh, wait. Man, Hammer. We have been in lives together. That's crazy. You ignore me a lot, though. I get it. What's going on? Hammer ignores people that don't appease his brain.
If I've ignored you in the past, it's because there was probably a reason. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't know what that reason is, but there must have been a reason. I don't ignore people just for the sake of ignoring. There had to have been some justifiable reason from my point of view. So, but don't take it personally. I ignore a lot of people.
I don't take it personally, Hammer, man. Don't worry about it. My sister, she's on a lot of hormone treatment. She's a little edgy at times, you know.
Wait, that.
Yes,
Dragnar was supposed to
honey,
be a-
yes. That was
supposed
my
to be a
sister,
woman?
honey.
That was supposed to be a woman?
Oh, come on. Ragnar's pretty funny.
Okay. I'm not gonna get myself in trouble here. I didn't know that was a woman.
No, Hammer, it was Ragnar.
Yeah, I'm getting that now. I'm getting that.
I'm almost glad that you.
Hammer, Dragnar, person in drag. not actually man be.
Oh, got it.
God damn it, Hammer! Come on.
No, sometimes I can be a little dense. I acknowledge that. My mind operates on such an elevated level. Sometimes it's hard for me to lower myself. You know what I mean? Well, no, actually, you don't know what I mean because you're not on that level. But
Oh my
when
god.
you are operating on such a sophisticated level as I am, sometimes it's hard to just put yourself into the mind of a normal person. And because I'm not normal in any way, what I'm operating with here, this is like turbocharged. So sometimes I miss things that are actually obvious to lesser people.
Well, it seems like
you guys.
your mind set off of logic, and that's what I appreciate about you. But you can't say that I didn't pull off a good woman. Come on now.
I did not think that was a woman. I thought that was something else.
There's some deep-throated women. That's the wrong word of saying.
Jesus Christ.
That's not what I was trying to say. There's some strong-voiced women out there with some raspy voices. Come on.
You said whatever you just said about throats, and Sam got all excited thinking about his Marine days.
No, that was the ass.
Well, to each his own, Sam. To each his own.
The green weenie is very vengeful. The long dick of the Marine Corps. Oh God. Oh, the one that says he thinks that gay people shouldn't be alive wants to come back up.
Oh, come on, man. You're 19 years old, dude.
We got no one else in the request. We've had pro pallies mouthing off in the comments and nobody will come up.
That doesn't mean we need to. That doesn't mean we need to invite in whatever. It's your live, dude. I don't care. You do whatever you want. But it doesn't mean we need to invite incels up here who are talking crazy nonsense. But if you want to, go ahead. I'm working away over here.
So what is this guy's deal?
Wait, were you not here for him?
No, I
He
missed.
he was a 19-year-old that thinks that gay people don't have the right to live because they're annoying.
And something about a bag of sticks.
Yeah, he intentionally tried to use a slur while getting around the TikTok guidelines.
And he's pro Pally?
Yes.
He's pro idiot.
Oh, doesn't that confirm? Doesn't that confirm a few things about the Queers for Palestine movement?
Wait, Hammer, did you see the video of that dude that was actually at a pro-Palestine protest, and a Palestinian woman ran up to him and was like, "We don't want you here. Go away. Don't taint our movement. We don't." He's like, "I just support your right to exist." She's like, "I don't support your right to exist." And he was like dumbfounded.
It shouldn't be, but yeah, it's a pretty widespread held opinion on that side of the aisle when it comes to gay people. Like that's not extraordinary in any way, shape, or form. That's quite normal. But if you want to bring them up, bring them up.
Oh boy. I mean, can we get like an actual pro pally up here? Angry Palestinian. By the way, Angry Palestinian in my chat, could you like stop messaging people, like throwing random accusations and freaking them the fuck out? Like, what do you want? What do you want, Jeff?
Well, what would you have done as far as
Drop you like that?
I was just about to say that. I was in the middle of writing something, and I was going to say drop you. And
Beat you to it, dude. The second I hit accept, I had my mouse over the X button. Come on, dude. My lives have been so dead. Yesterday's live was actually pretty good. We got up to like 300 people, dude. My average watch time actually yesterday for viewers was like 25 minutes. That's insane. That's like the highest I've ever had.
Is that good?
Yeah, that means so. Usually, my average watch time is like 8 minutes. That means your average viewer of the like 5,000 people that showed up in my live, the average viewer was sitting around for 25 minutes in the live.
Yes, I know what average means, Sam.
But I'm saying that's awesome because the normal average is like 8 minutes.
Okay, but I knew what you meant the first time. You didn't have to repeat
Okay.
it.
God damn it.
The average watch time is 25 minutes. What that means is the average person came in and watched for 25 minutes. Yeah, no
Okay.
kidding. We all
Okay.
got that the first time around. Maybe
Okay.
Palestinians don't understand what average is, but I'm not Palestinian, so.
Yeah, my lives have been getting up there pretty good too. It's just unfortunate that they decided to take me down for hate speech, I guess. I don't know what I did.
25 minutes is my average time before I get suspended.
It's so hard to find you, Hammer. I don't know how many accounts you have now, but I keep
A
having
lot. I don't even go live anymore, barely, because every time I do, I get zapped.
I seen you live the other night, and then I don't remember, I think you guys zapped on that one too.
Yeah, it's a pretty common occurrence. Even when I'm talking about nothing at all, it doesn't matter. The other night we were talking about how parents want to be able to take their kids to the park and feel safe and not worry about crime. That was it. Done. Gone. Toast. Apparently, wanting a safe living situation for people is just too much for TikTok to handle. I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
Hammer, that's because that's bad. Can't do that.
Yeah, I've been talking more politics lately and less about Israel because the reality is the war's over in Gaza at this point. It's just maintenance, some security stuff, some raids, trying to find some more tunnels, trying to find the hostages. But like the war, it's over at this point.
Oh, they've lost. Hammer, I believe they lost on as soon as October 7th hit, they lost. They just didn't know it yet.
Oh no, and they're going to keep losing because Israel's not leaving anytime soon, and Trump's he already said he's going to release all the weapons they need, so that's great.
Right, and he's also going to put sanctions back on Iran, which should have already been still in place, but Biden administration had to remove those sanctions, giving them that $10 billion to help fund the age group.
No, because today they just slapped sanctions on an organization that supports people in Judea and Samaria. I mean, why would you sanction Iran when you can sanction Jews? Yeah, I think the Biden administration will go down in history as the worst administration ever when it came to Israel and when it came to Jews in America. Obama was bad, but he didn't have a war to deal with of this nature, so there was only so much damage he could do. Biden has just been absolutely terrible, absolutely horrendous, and
to be fair, Hammer, we all know Biden's not even competent enough to make those decisions, which is why we're putting a new person in the head of defense, which people are mad about.
Oh wait, your favorite person's here, Hammer, which you know what that means, right?
I don't have any favorites.
Well, look who's on the panel.
So Hammer,
it's Rob.
If that
Hello,
is
Rob.
a claim, what's up, brother?
I do love Rob.
So if that is a claim, okay, and we see the Biden administration being so extreme towards Israel and the Jewish community,
yeah,
especially with the last decision that they took, how do you explain the fact that, I don't know if it's a fact, but how do you explain that 77% of the Jewish community were voting for Kamala and the Democrats?
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting that number from. That's not the number I've seen. And
yeah, I've seen a random infographic. Hang on, I've seen a random infographic going around, but I've never seen proof of that. I've just seen a random infographic that has no source on it.
Yeah, I don't know that that's 100% accurate, and I've seen there's a big geographic difference. Like I've seen in Pennsylvania, it was 55-45 for Biden. In New York City, it was closer to 50-50. So I think it really depends. I think it really depends geographically where it was. How do I?
Even if it's not 77, okay. the fact that it's above 50%, like majority of them still voted, despite of everything that happened and still happening, how come? I can't get it.
Well, it's because being Jewish is less important to them than being leftist. I mean, it's not confusing. The people that voted for Biden are people that really don't care about the fact that they are Jewish. It doesn't matter to them. It's not important to them.
You don't
They just like holiday. They just like being able to celebrate the holidays. But as far as
Right.
like being Jewish, what it means to be a Jew, they're not really Jewish.
Right. Do you think it's more of the indoctrination through socialism that has been pushed onto the states because it takes 2 generations to weaken a society, and how better to attack than the inside of religion and race?
Well, I think it's just a lack of. I mean, again, it's a lack of connection to their Judaism, and it's placing social issues above practical issues. Abortion is a really big issue for liberal Jews. I don't know why, because Jews are far less likely to get abortions than any other group. But for Jews, apparently slaughtering their unborn children is like really, really important. And, it's, is it 50? 45? So it's a matter of priorities, really, is what it comes down to. Different people have different priorities. And the priority for liberal Jews is that, I wrote this wrong, God damn it, is not being Jewish. Anti-Semitism didn't matter. Israel didn't matter, and this is
You know what is the funny part?
this is what
Few of
Reform
them,
Judaism has done to Jews. Reform Judaism is almost as bad as Islam. Almost.
you know what is the funny part? I was speaking with a couple of them over this app and other platform as well. The same Jews that were complaining of their lack of reaction from the administration after the encampments and the attack on the Jewish people on the streets and everything, are those the same people that were electing Kamala?
Like, I did notice a large amount of Jewish people who were like, "Oh my God, how is the administration not doing anything about attacks on Jews? Let me vote for them."
No, there were some people that were saying it wasn't an attack on Jews.
No, I'm referring to the people that said it was, admitted it, and then said the administration's not doing anything. I'm going to vote for them anyways.
Yeah, it's sad. Like I said, Reform Judaism has really done a lot of damage to Jewish identity and what it means to be a Jew. It's unfortunate. They're the branch of Judaism that thinks, if you're born to a Jewish father and a Gentile mother, you're Jewish. They kind of make up their own rules of Judaism. And it's very damaging. It's very damaging. It's not good. And I think I know it's much more prevalent in the US than any other country. It's not like that as bad in Canada and certainly not Europe. It is what it is. It's a failure of Reform Judaism, and it's a failure of parents to instill Jewish pride in their children, to give them a Jewish upbringing. This is why birthright is so important. I think birthright's really important, but birthright without the parents, teaching those values it's hard.
Pointless.
Right.
But they have cultural indoctrination to the states, and it just happens. You have it fed through the tubes of our education system, saying, from the river to the sea for decades now. It's been instilled ingrained into our society when people didn't look into the history. And I think that's where it starts, is our history. And America is the biggest leader for false history when they only teach certain things of history. Other countries know more about our history than we do.
Yeah, I think that's somewhat true. Somewhat true. Our education system here sucks. Be curious to see who Trump appoints as head of the Department of Education. Hopefully, it's someone that's going to rip it apart and set it on fire. I hope. We'll see. He still has a few cabinet agencies, but Department of Education is going to be a real important one. So I hope he finds someone competent and smart and forward thinking outside the box. But we'll see. We shall see. We shall see.
Where do you see the Jewish party voting next time? Or the majority of Jewish party. The majority of Jews, I should say.
It's hard to say. I think there's a unique. Trump is a uniquely polarizing figure. Like, I don't think Jews are going to be rushing to the Republican Party, but I think Trump is a uniquely polarizing figure that people just allow their personal dislike for him to cloud their ability to critically analyze what he's actually done versus what he's said.
So Trump derangement syndrome 101.
Yeah, oh, for sure. For sure. So I think, I don't know. I mean, the Jewish community in the United States is
weird,
struggling. And one of the major problems with it, for example, is intermarriage, which is very much accepted in Reform Judaism. And I think it's a failure of parents.
What? Wait, what? Marriage?
Marrying Goyim.
Mm.
So I think that what you have is...
Are you saying the goys aren't good enough for you, Hammer?
No, I'm saying that we shouldn't marry Goyim. We should marry our own. But my point is that too many parents, this is the generation before me, parenting, they were way too concerned with being their kids' friends and being their kids' buddies and being liked by their children. And I'm not saying you want to be disliked by your kids. That's
Yeah,
not
my
the
parents
point.
definitely didn't do that.
It's that you need to recognize that your children aren't your friends and you need to guide them down the right path. And when they're not doing the right thing, you need to tell them and you need to pass on your values and your expectations of them. You as a parent, as a Jewish parent, you shouldn't be telling your kids, "Oh, just find someone to love and live happily ever after." No, you shouldn't. You should find someone Jewish. Period. I make that point very, very clear to my children.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I was gonna say I'm gonna tell my kids to marry a Jew. Not only is the food better, but you're gonna have cultural morals. I think it's amazing. But that would take a Jew to want to marry an American. And I'd have to make sure my kids have those certain values about themselves that maybe the Jewish significant other would appreciate. That's where I'm at.
That's not bad advice, but I think for Jewish parents, you need to tell your children, do not marry someone outside of the tribe.
So you're saying I'm not good enough to marry a Jewish woman?
It's not a matter of good enough. It's not.
I'm just fanning the flames.
Hammer. I am saying you're not good enough. No.
Nobody fucking asked you, Rob.
Hey, he wants to keep it pure, bro. Better calm
down. Nobody fucking asked you, Rob.
There's a shared cultural, historical bond and connection that Jews share that non-Jews don't share.
I'm already half there, Hammer. I'm circumcised, so I mean, I'm already half there.
Well, let's be honest. You're about 3% there. Not half. Doesn't take up that much of your body. Let's be real here.
Shabbat shalom. There, I'm at 4%.
So it's complicated. The United States is so big. I mean, Rob, you were here for a little bit. You got to see 2 cities essentially.
Did he finally get a concept of how big we really are?
No, not really, because I mean it's not his fault. He was on a limited time schedule, but He was in New York, which is big.
That's just one city, though.
people-wise, but is not geographically large. And then he was here in Vegas, which is
That's
a pretty big city. I mean, it's bigger than any city in Israel population.
that's relatively tiny, though, when you talk about geographical area.
No, oh yeah, geographically, it's not very big at all. Like if he had more time, maybe I would have taken him to LA for a couple days. LA being gigantic, or Houston is huge.
But I have to say, Vegas, it's like 1.5 million people over there?
2.1.
2.1. And when I was there, I didn't even notice so many people. Like, for example, unlike Tel Aviv, that you walk in and you see the amount of people and the pressure, you don't feel the same in Vegas.
Oh,
Well, no,
I'd have
it depends
to.
on what time of year.
I mean, I'd have to check out the landmass area, but I gotta think Vegas is. I mean, you could probably fit, from a geographic standpoint, 3 or 4 Tel Avivs. I mean, so from north to south, like if you go from the southern part of, you don't really say Vegas, you say Clark County, because there's Vegas, there's Paradise, there's Summerlin, there's Henderson, there's different parts, but it's all within Clark County, so we all consider it just kind of Vegas. I mean, it's got to be north to south, from the southern tip to the northern tip, about 30 miles north to south. It's got to be 20, 25 miles east to west. I mean, 25 miles from Tel Aviv, you're almost in Jerusalem. So,
God, can you imagine taking Rob across Texas?
Texas is a whole, like, Houston is huge. I've been to Houston. It's
Dude,
gigantic.
dude, it's just from El Paso to where I am is a 14-hour drive.
Well, when we went to Palestine, my wife drove, and we were downtown where we were staying at the hotel, and she drove for a solid 40 minutes before we got out of Houston. We were still in Houston. We were driving, and I was
with Houston, if you don't take the right exits, you are 100% stuck within the city.
I was on my phone doing work, and then I was looking up and kind of doing 2 things at once. I looked up at one point. I'm like, "Are we still in Houston?" And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "We've been driving for a long time now." It's crazy how much we were driving. So he didn't really get to see, like, the size. Manhattan and Brooklyn are pretty condensed. Vegas is nice size, but not huge. But,
yeah.
Definitely didn't get to see.
Fuck, even Dallas.
How expansive it is. Next time when he comes for more time, when he has more time, I'll drive him to the Grand Canyon. You know what I mean? Which,
yeah.
Beautiful sight. But I heard Houston, Texas was like the shittiest part of Texas. Couldn't you
Houston has been garbage since Hurricane Katrina.
Is that what happened?
Everyone from Katrina came to live in Houston, and it is now garbage.
Downtown was nice.
Yeah, so Hammer, it is literally one of those cities where it's like ghetto, ghetto, ghetto. You hit a street, the other side of the street's nice.
Yeah, downtown was nice. The stadium we went to was nice. I had the best barbecue I've ever had at this place called the Smoke. What was it? The Smoke Pit. It was just amazing. It was so good. We went back the next night. It was like that good. And I'm a foodie. I like to try new places, but this place was so good. We went 2 nights in a row. So when you start talking about Jews in the United States, it's hard to,
the diversity in locations and everything.
Yeah, Jews in LA are going to be different than Jews in New York.
Are they?
Yeah.
All the Jews out here in Washington State are really nice. I haven't met one like scowled up. Like I've done plumbing for some Jews, and met Jews in person, talked to them. I met a black Jew, and I was in my store, and he goes, and he's standing, he comes in, and I'm talking on a live. I'm talking about Israel and how they're going to exist and this and that. And that attorney's standing there looking at me. I go, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." He goes, "No, thank you. I'm a black Jew." And he has this ring, and I was like, "Oh, okay, so I want to be on your live one time."
Was he a BHI?
I don't know anything. I don't know how a lot of that works.
Here's how it works. It doesn't. it just does. BHIs don't work.
But Emma, I have to be honest. Like,
I haven't heard of that term, BHI.
I'm not even looking from the Israeli perspective. I am looking from strictly the Jewish perspective. Like, how come after everything that happened, like all of the pure anti-Semitism, Jews getting literally killed? I need to remember that to people. Unalive, people were actually are being unalive, constantly attacked. You see the administration and the universities are mumbling and refusing to point out the anti-Semitism, doing basically nothing, and yet you still electing those same people.
I
It's
wonder,
mind-boggling.
Rob, and I don't know that there's any data for this, but I wonder if what happened in the colleges, what continues to happen there, is having an effect on younger Jews, not older Jews.
Absolutely.
I wonder if the Jews that are at college are, because you look at someone like Shabbos Kestenbaum, right? I don't know if you saw him, like brilliant kid. I think he went to Harvard. He spoke at the Republican National Convention. He was a solid Democrat his whole life, and he saw what happened up close, and he became an absolute advocate for Trump. He spoke at the convention. He campaigned for him. He did social media stuff for him. And this is a really smart kid. Like, this kid has
He's Jewish. You know what I'm saying?
endless amounts of potential. So I wonder if that didn't have more of an effect across college age kids, not necessarily their parents. I don't know. I haven't seen any data.
Well, I have seen Charlie Kirk go into all those college campus and find Jews to talk to and get their perspective. They had voices because of Charlie Kirk.
What was I gonna say? Damn
That
it.
is a big.
Hammer, do you want to explain what a BHI is to Ragnar here?
Yeah, that's the first I've heard of that.
How do you phrase it politely?
Predatory Christians. They're predatory Christians. They claim to be the real Jews, that they're from the tribes, that the rest of us aren't real Jews, but they believe in Jesus and they believe in the New Testament.
What?
Influencer. Yeah, they're weird and violent, but weird. And they wear purple. They wear matching purple shirts, and they go around and they have booths on. They are Christians. They believe in Jesus. They have. I actually drove by a booth here, one time, and they were out there preaching and talking about. Listen, I don't have a problem with Jesus, and I don't have a problem if you believe in Jesus. But if you believe in Jesus, you're probably not a Jew. And they weren't born to Jewish parents, a Jewish mother. So there's that.
Well, you see, I have a different perspective. I'm Norse pagan. Obviously, I'm polytheistic Amonist, believe in multiple gods, goddesses, and energy between all things that has energy. But besides that, when I was Christianized as a young kid, before they told me Jesus was white, and I found out Jesus was not white. Okay, and then they're trying to tell me that Jesus is God when in the Bible it says, "For God gave His only begotten Son." There's no metaphorical speaking of God and Jesus as one. It can't be, because there's no logic there in my mind, right?
I'm not here to talk about Christianity. I mean, whatever.
But that's what threw me off on that. You know what I mean? And that's why
BHIs are Christians. They believe in Jesus. That makes you a Christian. I don't know. And I don't.
Well, there's a lot of cultures that believe in Jesus, just not at Him as in essence of God.
Well, they do. They do.
Right? They think Jesus is God. Now, I don't agree with that, just based off scripture that I've read.
Yeah. So I don't know, Rob. It's. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is for American Jews. I think about it a lot, and I have ideas about what I think would be able to change it, but it's
frustrating.
Yeah, and the country is so big, and it's not. There's no it's not like there's no like the Vatican, where there's this body that gives out decrees and interpretations. The LA community, the Jewish community, and the New York Jewish community, the Miami, Chicago, they're disconnected in a lot of ways. So they're kind of like satellites of their own. And then within those communities, you have a lot of different communities, right? Like you saw in New York, you got your Syrian community, you've got your Chabadniks, you've got, you've got your Hasidim, you've got your Haredim, you've got your just Second, you know, there's just so many communities within the community. It's a tough one. But it's definitely an issue. It's definitely an issue. And you know what? Listen, you know, whether they voted for Trump or not, they're going to get Trump. They're going to get a lot of Trump. He's going to come in and he's going to shake things up pretty dramatically, which I'm excited about. And I think, other than the people on the left who are losing their minds, which is kind of hysterical, I think there's an optimism and an excitement about the future that did not exist prior to the election. There's just a feeling that things are going to get better. And it'll be
I
rocky.
just want to point out that for me to hear Hammer speak about Trump like that, it's very, very, very surprising. Because I know Hammer for a long time. So I know what he was thinking about Trump and how he was speaking about Trump.
Yeah,
So to see,
I still don't love Trump, but you know, I got to give credit where credit is due. And I think some of his cabinet appointments I'm really excited about. Some other ones I'm less excited about. From a Jewish Israel perspective, his cabinet appointments have been just absolute home run after home run after home run. Some of these other guys I don't love, but I think he's showing a level of seriousness and preparedness that he didn't have in the first term. The first term was really chaotic, really disorganized, and I see them being a lot more professional, a lot more organized this time around. And I think it's exciting. It's exciting because I think a lot needs to change. And some of the things he's talking about, I think, are great, and I think it'll make the country better. And ultimately, that's really what matters to me: are things getting better or things getting worse?
Right, and Elon Musk and his government of efficiency. I think this is the biggest one. Hammer is he's going to be transparent with governmental spending. He's going to have a list of all of what we're spending from our government, from our tax dollar pockets, what the government's spending it on. We haven't
This
had
tutorial
as
is
much
going to talk about
transparency as they're
the
going to.
tool.
Well, I would also like the Congress to get back to doing their job correctly and stop passing these disgustingly massive bills and just do one-issue bills. If you want to give aid to the Ukraine, great, I'm down. Do a bill.
Be transparent.
That's it, just Ukraine, nothing else. Don't add any pork. Don't add any secondary issues. Just
Don't
pass
need
the bill.
900 pages.
Yeah, like they had bipartisan support on that. I don't understand why they had to do that.
It was because they wanted.
Well, I know the actual reason. I'm saying it makes logically no sense, though.
Yeah, they wanted to get the border bill passed, so they added stuff that they knew other people would support, thinking they could get them to, and to put aside their distaste for the border bill.
Yeah.
Because there was support for Ukraine and Israel, so we'll slap in Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan, and we'll shove it into this border bill. I don't like that. If you want to do immigration reform, then do immigration reform, but that's it.
Yep.
They
You want
tried
to
it
give
in
it to Ukraine,
2021.
give it to Ukraine. One bill.
It sat on Chuck Schumer's desk for how long? Didn't even see nothing. The first bill that was proposed.
Well, all of a sudden, Chuck Schumer came out and said he's going to bring the anti-Semitism bill to a vote. The bill that's been sitting there for over a year. He's all of a sudden going to bring it to a vote. And you'll like this one, Rob. The new Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, said that if the ICC doesn't drop the case against Israel, that the United States is going to sanction him and sanction all the people in court. And I was like, yes, great. And that bill already passed. Well, it already passed the House. It'll have to pass again in the new session if they do it. So I think that's a positive. I just think there's going to be a lot of good stuff that I support. And there's probably going to be some stuff that I don't like and I don't support, but you have to balance it out.
like everything in life, it needs to be balanced.
Yeah, I don't like tariffs, but I do like cutting government. I do like cutting departments. I do like cutting spending. So there's a balance that you have to. No one's going to do everything I want them to do. No one's going to do anything that everybody wants their people to do. So there's always going to be a level of disappointment or disagreement, but you have to pick your issues, pick your battles, see what you like more or less, and then determine it that way. But for sure, I'm down with ripping the government apart. I'm down with that.
No, absolutely. But the United States is really giving, Hammer. I don't know if you noticed, but we give to. I didn't know this. I had some from Scotland come onto my live and say, "I hope you love Trump and he's gonna ruin your country." He said, "Scotland, don't we give you money?"
Well,
hey Pierre.
Go look at how many billions of dollars we give to Scotland.
He's not going to ruin the country. If anything, he'll do things people won't like, and some of the stuff he'll do might not work. But our country is great because of our people, because of Americans. America is great because of Americans. Americans are awesome. And the overwhelming majority of Americans are good, decent, kind, generous, charitable people. But listen, going into the election, there was the right track, wrong track was 70% thought the country was on the wrong track. Who were the 30% that thought the country was on the right track? Who were those people?
Not a damn clue.
I would say 15% of them are the new generations coming up, the blue hair, things of that nature. People that never thought they would be voting, but someone told them that this is your chance for your rights to be heard. So you got these little furries and blue hairs voting now. And there's a lot of kids in our population or futures coming up.
I said it the other night, Hammer. I don't think you're there. I was talking about how it's so weird with how polarized the left and the right are right now with the extreme ends and how we're in basically horseshoe theory. That I was on you know Brady, obviously. I was on Brady's live, and he had an actual Neo Yahtzee up, like full tattoos and everything. And they were just asking him questions, like getting in his head. And the dude straight up said this, and I shit you not, he goes, it's really weird to think about. My biggest competition in hating Jews is a blue-haired lesbian.
Yeah, I mean, I think the horseshoe thing is kind of overused. I don't think there's that much of a connection between the far right and the far left. There's some crossover on certain issues, but ultimately the far right are like ultra nationalists, and the far left hate this country and want to destroy it. So while they may cross over on certain issues like hating Jews, I think overall there's not that much crossover. And to Tango in the comment section, yes, I agree with you. Matt Gaetz is not it, and he's not going to get confirmed. Matt Gaetz will not be the next Attorney General, and I think that was.
I wasn't digging Matt Gaetz either, and I'm an independent constitutionalist conservative. So that I don't even trust Tulsi Gabbard, to be honest. She only played the ball game, a year ago when she, lost and got ridiculed for her failures. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't love Tulsi Gabbard either, and I think she's going to have a tough confirmation hearing. But I don't think Matt Gaetz is going to get confirmed, and I don't think it's even going to be close. And RFK Jr., I think that's going to be a tough one also. I think he's a bit of a kook, and he's got some weird ideas, but he's also got some good ideas about making the country healthy and what's put in our foods.
That's where he needs to stay. That's his lane.
Yeah, but the problem is I wouldn't have a problem with him having a role in the administration on, issues that he's good on, but he's going to be managing the biggest bureaucracy in the country. The HHS is the biggest cabinet agency, and there needs to be a level, I think, of experience of managing something which he doesn't really have. It's just such a big. I mean, he's going to be in charge of Medicare and Medicaid and all NIH and just a lot of different programs that are under the HHS purview. And I think someone with a little more managerial, bureaucratic experience would have been better. But you know, it also comes down to who works under you, who are your undersecretaries, your deputy secretaries. You know, the cabinet head just sets the tone. It's the people underneath him that are going to carry out the policy. So,
Well,
but
policies.
I do think that we need to investigate, you know, these agencies and what they've done, how they handled COVID. I absolutely 100% support arresting Fauci and putting him on trial. He lied. He lied repeatedly. He lied to Congress.
They have recordings of him saying that they want to make it hard for the people to force them for the jab. And I agree with that. And also RFK Jr., if you're talking about policies, and I personally agree that, you know, he is not his strong suit, but that's why he implemented a site that we can all go to. I'm already registered. It's policies4thepeople.com. You register, you can implement bills in your own state that people could vote on, that your state legislator will take a look at these and put those in consideration for passing them in the bills. You can go look online, policies4thepeople.com. RFK put that in place. Did you know about that yet?
Yeah, you can submit ideas for single issue bills, which I like. I like that. I think transparency is good. I think this is weird. I think transparency is good. I think people knowing more about how the government operates. I mean, I think the government needs to have a certain level of secrecy. We can't know everything. But I do think more transparency is good. And I do think that these bureaucrats have stepped outside of their purview and have done way more than they're mandated to do. And they make the lives of people miserable. And I want the power taken away from them.
How do you feel? I haven't heard your take on this one, Hammer. How do you feel the greatest mass deportation is going to go, and how do you think it's going may or may not affect sanctuary states? I have a couple of takes because of sheriffs I've talked to and how they deal with illegal undocumented immigrants who create assault and violent crimes such as murder. They just get their time done and they get set back on the streets in these sanctuary states. How do you think he's going to get around that?
Well, I mean, first of all, I just want to comment that for months, years, we were told about what a threat Trump is to democracy and how the Democrats are the saviors of democracy. And now you have states and governors saying, we're going to ignore federal law, we're going to ignore the Constitution, and we're going to do whatever we want, but we're the defenders of the Constitution. You can't be the defenders of the Constitution and then say you're going to ignore the Constitution and you're going to ignore federal law and you're going to keep people in your own city or your own state when they shouldn't be there. I think that people kind of get a little freaked out by this idea of mass deportation. People have taken it to think, oh, you know, the person that's been here for 30 years and hasn't bothered anybody is going to get scooped up by ICE and dumped somewhere. No, that's not what it is. 1.3 million
what
people
do
in
you
this country.
mean states would go against the Constitution declaring? Can they
1.2
do
million
that?
people in
No.
this country have been given deportation orders. They've been adjudicated. They went before a court. They went before a judge. Their claim was denied, and they've been told they need to be deported, and the Biden administration won't deport them. So we're going to start there. We're going to start with the 1.3 million people that shouldn't be here, that need to be deported. And if ICE needs to go into these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states and rip them out of their homes and take them out and dump them over the border, I'm all for that. They're not supposed to be here. They are criminals. They broke the law to be here. Now, people that have their asylum claims denied, those aren't people that broke the law, but they're still here illegally because they've been issued a deportation.
So right there, they should be. We should re-implement the Remain in Mexico law.
Well, Mexico already said they're going to do that. But that's for people before they get here. Now we're talking about people that get here. Once they're here, what do you do with them? Get the illegals in the jails, get them out of here. You know, on the one hand, Democrats are like, oh, we got to empty the jails and let out all these criminals because it costs too much money. On the other hand, they're like, oh, we got to leave the illegals in jail because we don't want them deported. Wait a second, I thought you were trying to save money. So get them out of here. Get the criminals out of here. I don't care if they're nonviolent. You broke the law. get out.
Somebody just told me that that Mexico said they're gonna start deporting Americans out of their country. Have you heard
What?
anything like this?
Have you heard what's actually going on in Mexico City with white people and businesses?
What?
So you know how people say there's people that are called racist in Southern California because they're like, oh my God, all these new shops are opening up for people from different countries, especially from Mexico. They're running me out of business. They're selling shit cheap. They're paying their people cheaper, like shit like that. Like people complaining in like San Diego about stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Mexicans in Mexico City have now complained about all the white people that have started coming in and paying more money to have their shops and are shoving out all the local Mexican businesses to open up hipster bars. And then it's like, damn, how the turntables.
You know what? It's actually a shame because Mexico could be one of the best countries in the world. They've got everything.
Yeah.
They've got everything that would give them the opportunity to be a world superpower. Amazing people, agriculture, natural resources, great weather, tourism. Like there's no reason Mexico should be the shithole that it is. And it is a shithole. And I've been advocating this for a while, Sam, you know this, you've heard me. Mexico's best hope is for someone like me to become president. Because I would absolutely 100% conquer Mexico and make it part of the United States.
And get rid of the cartel that Trump wants to attack and put funding towards, specifically removing the cartels. First, out of our own state, out of our own country, in America, we have a cartel loadout that's right next to a store I work at. And they come over and they break the law every day. I watch them go and get drunk in the parking lot, drive off. Like they try to pay me off to sell them alcohol after 2 a.m. They come in and with gold teeth and chains, and they go, Trump is loco. I said, Trump 2024. And he looks at me crazy and walks out. Yeah, get out of here. I know about you motherfuckers. And then when they come in, 90% of them can't get alcohol because they don't have an ID. I left my ID at home. We'll go get it.
Just conquer Mexico. Make it part of the U.S. That's their best hope. It's their best hope. And it would be good for
you know what? Out of thousands of people I've asked where they're from, I ask them all, every one of them. I ask them, Guatemala is the most common one I hear in Washington State.
Is what? Say that again?
Guatemala?
Yeah, that's the most I hear. I've heard very few Venezuelan, some Mexico, but most of them is Guatemala.
Yeah, well, they come from all over, but again, Mexico has everything. They could easily be a top 5 country in the world, like easily.
Oh, and Ecuador.
GDP, trade, there's the sky's the limit, but the country is so corrupt and so dysfunctional and so poorly managed, and outside of the cities, there's no law and order. The cartels run all the rural communities. So they're screwed, but whatever, that's their problem, not mine. If they want to keep electing left-wing idiots, they can do that. And then the country will just continue to suck, which it does. But for now, let's just keep them there and not here.
My brother-in-law is Mexican, and his mother's, his grandparents are still in Mexico. He said that Mexico has been asking the United States to help them get rid of the cartel for decades.
I mean, there was a point where Mexico did actually ask if the United States would send troops into Mexico, and it was considered to send in the Marine Corps.
I would be all for that. I would support that 100%. 100% I would support that.
You know how that's gonna go, dude.
So the downside for that was one of the obvious things for the military, at least with the problem with that, was we could wreck face and just destroy them. That would not be an issue. But one of the problems that we saw coming was the cartels are very well connected, and there was already issues where certain even military officials within the United States Armed Forces were having their families threatened directly, like, hey, here is your family's all their personal info. Here's your mother, your wife, your child. Here's all their personal info. Here's a picture of your house. We know where you are. We know where your family is. We know what to do. So, like, if you come into Mexico, we'll get you. Like, even if you smack down the cartel pretty hard in Mexico, there's a good chance that a lot of those service members would have their families be at risk in the United States. And I know that was a big contributing factor to why the military was so hesitant on, like, ooh, we could destroy them, but
It's
Can't
good.
make
Like,
decisions- can't make decisions based on that kind of stuff. You have to do what's right and take precautions and, protect those people, move them into safe houses, whatever the case may be. But you can't live life worrying about threats from a cartel. I mean, that's just crazy.
yeah, we don't negotiate with terrorists, and I believe cartels are on the point of being a terrorist, but it's not quite the same thing
No, they
because
definitely
if
are.
you,
They
I
are.
guess they are in a sense, and a lot of them they don't want to unalive everybody out there. They want that money. They want those people out there. The people that's what's bringing them income. So it's more of a territorial thing, a disrespect thing, and it's definitely terroristic. But it's a whole different matter.
Nieto, no, Mexican special forces have not unalived U.S. special forces in Mexico working for the cartel. That has not happened.
I'm missing a sock.
You're missing a sock. That's not good.
So annoyed.
Sorry about that, Hammer. I need to use something.
That really bugs me.
I know this, buddy. Okay, Nieto, go get me a source that shows that United States Special Forces were unalived by Mexican Special Forces in Mexico while working with the cartel.
Where'd Rob go?
I don't know. Oh, Hammer, did you see that? Do you remember that big thing about the big abandoned building in LA that people just started spray painting on?
No.
There's a big, massive, multi-million-dollar apartment, like high-rise luxury apartment complex that was going to be built in LA, and the company went bankrupt like towards the end of the finishing of the second building, and they just stopped construction completely, and just let it sit, and then people just started using it as art and spray painting graffiti all over every single floor.
Where's that?
In LA, I'll have to look up where exactly it is. Wait, this guy says a no Mexican Special Forces podcaster has talked about this. That's nice. Find me an actual source.
Sounds legit.
Yeah.
A Special Forces podcaster. Sounds legit.
Let me see.
The only thing I could see was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran unalived by a hired gunman cartel. That's
Yeah, that was very recently. A dude was literally just driving through and got shot up. Okay, LA's newest tourist attraction. Abandoned high-rise covered in graffiti. Downtown LA.
Oh, of course, downtown.
Well, here, let me show you the photos of it. It's pretty. They fucked the building up pretty good.
Of course, downtown.
Here, I'll put it on screen so you can see what it looks like, Hammer. This is what they did to it. Every single floor.
God.
Every single floor.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so people are going up and claiming the floors to do
And the
different
building's
artwork.
just totally abandoned?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Intersection of 11th and Figueroa. Graffiti decorating
God.
30 floors of abandoned real estate project.
11th and Figueroa is near Staples Center.
Yeah. People noticed it because it says right here, they were standing outside looking at the Kobe Bryant statue, and they turned around and there was a bunch of people graffitiing. The police were literally watching people doing it and waiting for them to come down just to arrest them.
I think Staples is on like Figueroa and 6th. I think.
Oh yeah, here, look at this. Here's another view of it.
That's wild.
What is this? What? Explain this to me. What am I looking at right
Here.
now? A bunch of people.
That's wild.
It's an
Oh.
abandoned real estate project, like a building they just stopped
Yeah.
working on.
Yeah. Oh wait.
Did someone parachute off of there? Is that what I just seen?
Yeah. But there's just people
Wait,
there's just people spray painting on this building.
Okay, so did they spray paint and then jumped off on a parachute? That was some.
Yes.
That was
yes.
some triple
Those
X
people
shit.
those people did, yes. But this is just the building's just fucked. Hang on. In the last news release posted to its website in 2020, the company distanced itself from disgraced ex-Los Angeles City Council members who was recently sentenced to 13 years in federal prison for public corruption, and through addresses listed on corporate filings and by phone.
Someone was saying in the comment section this was from like 2 years ago.
Yeah. This is from parent company's Ocean Wide Holdings.
Yeah, I don't go downtown very often. The only time I would ever go downtown was to either buy jewelry or to go to the Staples. Otherwise, there's no reason to go downtown.
It's the unfinished Ocean View Plaza.
And I don't. Ooh, what was the last Laker game I went to? Last Laker game I went to was. Did I go to a game after that? I can't even remember the last Laker game I went to. I went to a Laker game 5 days before everything got shut down for COVID.
Yeah, damn it, go away! I don't care that I have ad blocker.
Every single
look at that.
one of them, huh?
Yeah, every single floor.
That's wild.
And Los
A bunch of
Angeles is
different-
just like, whatever.
Yeah.
And they all got 13 years, you said?
What? No, I didn't say anyone got 13 years. What?
I thought you said something about 13
One
years.
1.2 billion. God, go away! I don't care. Stop. No, go away. I don't want to. God damn it.
Lakers are a dead team in a dead league. Stop it. Stop it. They're 9-4. They're 9-4. Fourth place.
I wish when the Lakers and the Trojans were good. That was a long time ago.
Basketball sucks when they took my Sonics from me.
I miss Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll is retired.
Yeah, but I miss USC Pete Carroll.
I'm not an SC fan.
I used to love SC. I remember when did you ever used to watch college football?
Yeah, of course.
Do you remember the year it was Trojans versus Longhorns and there was the big scandal about the knee touching the ground?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so the flyby for that day was some stealth B-1B Lancer planes. They flew out of the Long Beach airport. I was there as a guest on the runway getting to watch them take off. I was little. Dude, the afterburners on those planes literally knocked me on my ass. Like, I literally flew off of my feet and onto my ass.
Basketball hasn't been interesting to me since Jordan retired. That's a long time ago.
How old are you, Ryuk?
I saw Jordan play in person.
Damn.
Times. Yeah.
Did you also meet Jesus?
No, not that old. But I saw Jordan play in person. I saw Magic, Kareem. Well, I saw the Lakers play a lot. Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, Karl Malone.
Hey, I played at the same venue. I performed in the same venue that Jimi Hendrix started at Studio 7 in Seattle.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I performed there a lot.
Where the heck?
hell?
Where the hell are my pro pallies? Haven't I had any? I've had like 2 opposition night. That's it.
I can bring Dragnar back.
I
don't know if Hammer can deal with Dragnar again.
I had a friend in elementary school whose parents were friends with the people that sat next to Jack Nicholson. And for one game, we went after the first, we went to a game, me and my buddy. This was back in the day when you could like do this stuff, go by yourself to things without worried. We were like 11, 12. My dad dropped us off at the game. We went to say hi to them after the first quarter. And they're like, Jack didn't come tonight. You guys want to sit in the seats? So I sat in Jack Nicholson's seats one time for a game, and then we tried it again later in the season, and we got too aggressive and came a little too early. And Jack actually showed up, and he's like, "Get out of my seats, you damn kids!" And we were like, "I swear to God."
Someone told me I could sit
Mr.
here.
Nicholson. Sorry, Mr. Nicholson. We gotta go. We gotta leave. This was 30. Holy shit, am I old? 37 years ago? No, the music producer is who goes to the games with Jack. This was the people that sat next to him. I don't know if they do anymore now. This was in the Forum. This was pre-Staples. So I don't know what's happening with I don't know who sits next to him with Staples, but this was pre-Staples. This was the fabulous Forum. Because my uncle had season tickets, and he would give us tickets, my dad the tickets, and then he would drop me and my buddy off to go to the games. And it's crazy back then. He dropped us off at the Sizzler on the corner of Manchester and whatever the other street was, and then we would walk over by ourselves. Wouldn't do that crazy
Wait,
shit now.
corner of Manchester and... I don't remember the streets in LA.
Manchester and... I don't even remember what the other cross street was. This was a long time ago, man. This was a long time ago. This was before most of you guys were even born.
I'm trying to remember.
Wait, you did say 30-something years ago. I'm 36. So, yeah.
I had season tickets for the Raiders when they were in LA. I got to see Bo Jackson play a lot. That was awesome. He was amazing.
I watched Motley Crue before on his last performance. That was fun.
Yeah, I'll take Bo Jackson. My mom had a crush on Pat Riley. The Lakers just announced that they're going to put a statue of Pat Riley outside of Staples Center. They just announced it today, actually.
Trying to remember where in South Central my wife grew up. I know there's a King Taco right next to it.
They don't call it South Central anymore, by the way.
What do they fucking call it now?
South LA.
What?
Yeah, because South Central had a bad connotation, so they stopped calling it South Central.
Gee, maybe because it was fucking bad.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just telling you what their reasoning was.
No, it wasn't by Walnut Park. That's not where they were. Not by Huntington.
This one.
Hey, my aunt painted Bill Nye the Science Guy's bike.
I think it was, what the fuck?
That guy's a kook.
He is now. I think it was, next to Boyle Heights. That's South Central, isn't it?
No, Boyle
No.
Heights is East LA.
No. I'm
Boyle Heights
looking.
used to be-
No.
Actually, Boyle Heights used to be Jewish.
Oh, here we go. I think this is it. No. Is it this one? By Linwood?
Linwood is
No.
way south of South
No, it's
Central.
not. Oh, dude, where is this fucking King Taco? All I know is there was a King Taco right down the street. But there's so many fucking King Tacos in LA.
Linwood is unincorporated. Local still called South Central. I know Toast. I'm just saying, like, politicians and the media. But yes, you're right. Local still call it South Central, but if you read...
So Linwood would be South Central?
Well, they just...
And Huntington Park, yeah, Huntington Park and Linwood area.
That's south of South Central.
And then you get Watts right there. Oh God! I go to a Dodger game, driving by Watts, looking out the car window on the freeway, and being like, "Oh my God, what is this place?"
No, Linwood is south of South Central.
No, and I'm just saying. I remember looking at Watts when we drive by it on the freeway on the way to a Dodger game, and I'd look out the window and be like, "What the fuck happened here?"
Let's see if this guy made his payment. I went to grade school at Robertson and Olympic called Page School. Robertson and Olympic. Robertson.
Oh no, Watts is still considered part of South Central.
Watts is not Linwood. It's not.
A little bit of Linwood is. A little bit of Linwood.
Robertson and Olympic. My shul was on Robertson and no, it was on La Cienega and Olympic. But Robertson and Olympic, Robertson and Pico.
I see. Yeah, everything north of the 10 is not considered South Central. Okay, so I think it's by this area, off of Washington.
Yeah.
So like near Central Alameda.
Oh, good job, Bob. Good job. It's important to have a good credit score. It's very important.
Wait, what advice did you give Bob?
Whatever it was, it seems to have worked.
Let's see how fucked my credit score is right now.
I'm not going down that path.
Mine has been fucked. I've been rebuilding my credit score. So I had two major things that happened. When I joined bank accounts with my wife, she had no credit. That took my credit. Hammer, I shit you not. That dropped my credit score 300 points.
Impossible.
I'm not joking. I went from a 750. Oh no, 200 points. 200 points.
A bank account or a joint credit card account?
Joint bank account. I got denied for credit card because of lack of credit history.
Joint bank account has nothing to do with your credit.
So when I joined bank accounts with her with Navy Federal and I added her onto all my stuff, my credit score dropped 200 points from 750 down to 550. Or no, 730 down to 530. And they said it was because they flat out told me because she has no credit.
They lied to you.
Then what the fuck would have happened?
Checking accounts don't report to the bureaus.
What could have caused my credit score to drop like that?
She got added. I don't know, but it wasn't that. Certainly wasn't that.
I don't like talking about that kind of money's investment. I invested it into Doge, and stupid Elon came across my
Jesus.
screen on Facebook and said it was fake and just to sell it. And I was like, so 2 days later I sold it, and a week later, and then 3 days later after I sold it, it went up 78 cents a share. And I had under fraction percent, I had like 3 million shares. And that stuck with me. I hurt my feelings. It's a financial shit.
I remember when I paid off a loan that I had for a while, but I had gotten my tax refund, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna finish paying off this loan, and I paid it off, and it hit my credit, and I was like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, fuck, my credit went down 30 points this month. That's dope.
Why would you ever conjoin bank accounts? Why not? My wife and I share a bank account.
No, Jab, but then you have to file your taxes jointly. I mean, sometimes I guess it can be. I don't know where the benefits are.
You have to file your taxes jointly, anyways. I mean, you don't have a bank account unless you choose head of household or married separate filing booths.
That's what I'm saying. I almost feel like there's just as good benefits if you're not married, being as a couple and filing separate.
But I don't understand what's wrong with joining your bank accounts with your spouse.
Like you said, man, his shit dropped 200 points in credit. I mean, there's something there that doesn't sound right.
It's really her account. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really use it, but
Wait, he tried to refinance the car, but they said no. I got to refinance my car, but I don't know what to do with it because I've made I've made 5 payments on it so far. So I gotta call the bank and figure out what I can do with that.
They said no because the car is worth the value. Isn't worth the value.
Isn't worth the value.
Yeah, how far off are you, Bob? What's the spread?
The year of the vehicle, mileage and year of the vehicle.
Good. Really hate working 1.5 years with $8,000 left. Yeah, but what's the value of the car? Oh, that's another thing. Hopefully, if we can put a little more. Oh, geez, yeah, they're not going to refinance you. If we could put a little more dent into the inflation, interest rates will go down. When interest rates go down, that'll be.
I don't think I'm going to be able to refinance my car because I just started paying on it. I've only made 5 payments so far.
Well, it depends what your car is worth and what you owe.
It's worth a little bit more than I owe.
then you should be able to refinance.
Yeah, man. See, that's why I just bought my car. It's real
I
cheap.
just know Navy Federal kind of sucks recently. They also they kind of just got rid of the only reason that I had Navy Federal in the first place. I stuck with Navy Federal because of my veteran stuff because I was getting I was getting ATM rebates wherever I went. That was an awesome thing. That was one of the benefits of being active duty. Besides also getting your active duty or your like veterans paychecks early, like for your VA funds, I was getting any fucking ATM fee essentially. I got it back. Also, they were supposedly guaranteeing lower mortgage rates for home loans. Yeah, that ended up not being true. And then they just recently changed my account and took away my active duty status. Fair enough. I haven't been an active duty service member for over 2 years now, so I am no longer getting rebates on that shit. Which means there's literally no point with me sticking with Navy Fed over a different bank now.
Do you think mortgage rates will ever get below 4.25% again? Yes, I do think so. Just can't tell you when. But yeah, I think they will.
I'm sorry, Bob, did you just say you're paying 27% interest?
Yeah, he is.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
God, the highest I've ever paid on anything was 18, and even that was stupid. Holy crap.
Was that your live last night when the guy was talking about usury over and over again?
Yeah, that was it. Bob is a victim of usury.
Well, you just think about a personal
It's not
home
usury
loan.
because it's not illegal.
Hey, personal home loan insurance rates were at like in 2023 in January were at 10.37, and just in July 2023 it went up to 12.34% on average.
No, they were not.
You can look at it. Look, I'll bring it up for you.
Home loans were not in double digits at any point.
No, I didn't say home loans. I said personal.
Oh, personal. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. I'm sorry. Home loans.
And Bob's talking about his home loan.
Yeah, I only meant home loans.
That's still a lot.
That is a lot. That is a lot. You know
That's
what?
insane.
That's what happens. You have to assume the risk when you. Remember this lesson in life for the 20 people that are actually paying attention. He who has the gold makes the rules. That's the way it's always been, and that's the way it always will be. He who has the gold makes the rules. And that's just the way the world works.
What do you do for work, Hammer?
I lend people money.
Oh, I could use a couple thousand.
Not like that.
Hammer, can I take out a small loan with 0% interest?
Bro, I'm not a charity.
It's still a loan.
It's not a loan if I'm not getting any interest.
Okay, 1% interest.
He said I'm not a charity.
Hammer, 1% interest, Hammer.
For you, same as everybody else, 12.99.
You're not going to charge me based on the size of my head?
12.99 like everybody else.
That's honestly better than my current loans I have right now.
Yeah, but I have to do it against your home. Your home has to be owned. It has to have a sufficient amount of equity. And if you don't pay, I will have no qualms about putting you on the street.
Oh, dude, I don't own my house. I'm broke.
You're ruthless.
I don't give a shit. If you borrow money from me and you don't pay, you get put on the street. And that's just the way it goes.
Hammer, how many people have you put on the street in your lifetime? You're not that mean. How many have you put on the street?
Probably about a dozen.
A dozen? Okay.
Damn.
That's why you love Trump.
Damn, Hammer. Holy shit.
It's not a lot when you consider how many loans I've done. I've saved way more people than I've put on the street, but that was after like a long time of not paying. I give people a lot of rope, but sometimes that's just the only option. That's the way it is.
Yeah, you either take a loss and that you can't take a loss. You know, it is what it is. And if you give them that long, in an extended period of time, and then finally it just has to do. You gotta do what you gotta do.
It's not just my money; it's my investors' money too. My investors are expecting a rate of return. So, my house that I lived in before I moved here, actually, I put those, I put that family on the street, and and then my wife and I moved into the house, and we lived there for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years. That was, I don't even think you know this, Sam, but my house in LA, I was chosen for a
Renovation TV show, you told me.
renovation TV show. They dropped $600,000 on the house in 2 weeks and completely redid the show, redid the house. And then I used to rent the house out for movies and TV shows and magazines, and
Hey, dude, that's cool, man.
even a little bit of corn was done in that house. Even a little bit of corn.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What? Hold on a minute. You just said what at the end?
A little bit of corn.
So
it was all solo stuff.
Oh, wait. Speaking of the dude that was talking about what was it the dude said yesterday about debt? What was the word he used again?
Usury.
Yeah, usury. The Ukrainian from my chat is back on Twitch. He says, "Don't do it, Sam. Better to be dead than in debt." Or did we learn nothing from that bright mind yesterday?
Every time you think you've heard something so dumb, KK, message me. I'll message you directly where you can find it. I don't want to say it on here because.
Oh, KK wants to see the corn.
No, she wants to see the house.
No, the corn in the
Well, I
house.
can show you. You know what? I could do this. Hold on.
Oh no, we don't need to see corn on the stream.
No. I'll show you the before and after pictures.
I love this person's profile. Kate Katzanak.
Any debates gonna happen, or is it a bit too early? Maybe.
Banned at 1 trillion. That's funny.
Oh, Jesus.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Do those people still have the keys? Hammer, do you still have the key to that house?
No, I sold that house.
But do you still have the key?
That's funny.
I mean, you can always go back and take it. Oh wait, Hammer, did you see? Wait, what? Why is everyone talking about money in chat? What happened? What I miss?
Oh no, I'm talking about the followers. In the profile, it's like banned at 1 trillion.
Oh, Hammer, did you see? Yeah. Did you see how much money the Russian government sued Google for?
Oh shit.
I'm sure they said some ridiculous amount, but it doesn't matter.
Can you take a guess how much money they sued?
$1 billion.
$20 decillion.
What?
$20 decillion is that the Russian government sued Google for, and Google in Russia was like, I don't give a shit, bye.
They probably just made that word up.
No, it's not made up. It's literally more stars than in the universe.
That's funny.
It's all because they were pissed off that Google shut down state-sponsored television or Russian state-sponsored YouTube channels and demonetized them, and then shut them down, and then shut down a bunch of state-sponsored YouTubers individually, like people who were literally just publishing propaganda on behalf of the Russian government, and demonetized all YouTube channels in Russia. So based on specific accounts, the Russian government was like, we're going to charge you $100,000 a day per account, and it's going to double every day. And Google was like, okay.
It's going to double every day?
Yeah, that's how they're at $20 decillion now after 1,000 days of war.
I mean, that's just silly. That's usury.
That's usury.
Doubling every day?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just
that's like some Dr. Evil level shit. I can see Dr. Evil sitting there going $20 decillion.
Do you think we how long do you think, and if you think it can happen, do you think Trump can get Zelensky and Putin to sit down
No,
and
it's not gonna.
discuss.
Oh.
Oh, take me down, take me down, take me down.
Yeah, apparently Ragnar did something that was. Ragnar got reported. All right.
This app is so whack.
I don't even.
Okay.
Oh, wait, Ragnar, did you like vape or something on camera? Ragnar, did you like vape or something or smoke on camera? What just happened? Okay. That was weird. Hello.
Sup?
What's on your mind?
Wait, are you the same guy that's called Nick? Hebrew Hammer, you were there the other, like
What?
a couple hours ago on that live.
Yeah, on Nick's live?
Yeah, is this the same guy?
Yeah.
Ah,
Like the same person?
sorry, I was just confused.
Okay,
It's
what?
Hold on a second. Okay, so let me. Yeah, I can tell you're confused. Hold on, so I can show you guys real quick. Here you go. This doesn't have all of it. This only has some of it.
Mm-hmm.
Here, put me big, Sam.
Okay, hang on. We're not going to see the corn, are we?
No. So this was the parlor room. This is the before.
Okay.
Okay. And that's the after.
Oh, goddamn.
That was the after.
Dude.
Then this was the living room.
Dude, just looks like an 80s, 90s house.
This is the before. It was built in 85. This is the before.
Okay.
Here's the after.
Holy shit.
And they left all the furniture and stuff. Okay.
What?
Here's the kitchen. Oh, you're gonna be blown away when you see this. Here's the kitchen. Okay, you got it, right?
Okay.
Here's the after.
Oh, there's so much light.
Yeah, well, they opened this window up. They added.
Yeah, you can see.
See, it had this little bay window here. It had a little
Yeah.
window here.
Yeah,
So
I
they
can
added
see.
a huge bay window.
They extended it out a little bit and made it a
This is
little
what
bit
the
taller.
house looked like after.
Okay.
This was the after of the house.
Jesus.
Here's the backyard.
Oh, there's you.
That was the after. That was the before. This
Oh
is
my
the after.
God.
Yeah. This was our bedroom.
Okay, just 90s house again. Jesus.
How much does it cost to have a house like that in the States?
Here was the dining room.
Well, considering it's California, a lot to begin with, but he said that a TV show paid to do all this for him.
This is the living room after. I mean, the dining room.
Jesus.
This table right here, this table was custom made. You see on the bottom, the base.
Oh my God.
1,000 pounds of granite that they custom cut and then custom cut this piece of glass.
Hammer, what if you needed to move it slightly?
Here was like the upstairs like landing area. And here's what they did to it afterwards. This chandelier was amazing that they put here. It was dope. It was great.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was nice, dude. It was hard. Yeah, and that I didn't. But I got it. Like, you should have seen what they did to my bathroom. My master bath was all marble. They put marble everywhere.
Why did they just pick your house for this? Did you submit for this?
I'll tell you in a second. And then the shower was had like a little bit of a lower ceiling, and they totally blew up the ceiling. They made the shower ceiling 12 feet high. There was marble all across the walls, all on the floor. They put a rain faucet, a regular faucet. Then they put 4 faucets on the wall that shot water out of the wall. And then they turned the whole shower into a steam shower. Like, you pushed a button, you go in there, and it turned into a steam shower. It was dope. It was great. The reason was it was a TV show. It was the show, it was a competition show, and it was Nate Berkus. I don't know if you know who Nate Berkus is, but he was Oprah's designer, and he has a whole line of stuff out. He was big in Target. And it was the 12 top interior designers in the country. And every week, they would take 2 comparable homes of the same style, like Craftsman, Spanish style, colonial, and they would break them up into teams, and then they would redo the houses, and then the loser, whoever did the worst job, would get kicked out. By the time they got to my house, it was the 4th. There was only 4 people left, and they.
What was their budget? What was their budget per house?
I don't know, per house. They spent $600,000 on my house.
Jesus Christ!
And they needed a Victorian, and so my area where I lived was like one of the only areas in LA with Victorian homes, and our home was so big that instead of doing 2 homes, they're like, we're just going to put all 4 of the people in your home. We're going to give each person 3 rooms to do. And like in my office, they put this wallpaper that had like trees, and then the guy hand painted 14 karat gold paint into the wall. Oh, dude, it was great. It was crazy. They closed the whole neighborhood. They shut the whole neighborhood down. They paid each neighbor $5,000 for the hassle, and they had a security because I lived in a cul-de-sac. So when you came into the one part of the neighborhood, you couldn't get out. They had someone sitting there with checking IDs, and I don't know if you know anything about Hollywood, but they have craft services. Basically, they had a chef there the whole time.
My God, dude.
Feeding the whole staff, and they invited the whole neighborhood to come and eat anytime they want. And my next door neighbor, who I was buddies with, was calling me every day. He's like, dude, I just had a ribeye, pecan pie. They were loving it. And then they had a huge tarp in front of the house so that people couldn't take pictures, and you know, so that it wouldn't get leaked to the media, and we weren't allowed to drive by. They gave me money to go stay at a place, but I ended up staying at my mother-in-law's and keeping the money.
Oh, you bastard.
Then they left like 90% of the furniture, and it was crazy. Then then after it became so nice, I started signing them up for, because you know they do all this filming in LA, and they don't have enough sound studio space, so they rent houses for movies, music videos, magazines. Pretty much every Christmas, they came and redid up my whole house in Christmas decorations for Walgreens for their mailer. I was making 30 to 50 grand a year on renting out the house for movie productions and stuff.
Dude,
it was tough letting that house go. It was tough letting that house go. And my kids, my middle one was so young. My youngest was a baby. She didn't know what the hell was going on. But my youngest was probably 6. And they redid the kids' room. They turned one of the entire walls in the kids' room into a chalkboard, so that they could just walk. It was unbelievable. And we were there for a couple days, and she comes up to us. She's like, "Mommy, Daddy, when do we go back to our house?" And we're like, "No, sweetheart, this is our house." She had no idea. It was so different. She had no idea that she was in the same house.
Oh my God.
We're like, no, this is our house. This is where we live now, sweetheart.
The closest experience I had to that was hey Pierre, do you remember Extreme Home Makeover?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a kid with brittle bone disease in Orange County, and he just constantly kept breaking it every time. I think his name was Benjamin. They had a problem, and that was down the street from my house, because my house is in one area. I grew up and went to school in a different area, but he was in that area, and there was some big problem with the contracts for the companies that were supposed to come out and help build. So they reached out to all the local neighborhoods, and all the fucking dads and shit just came out and built this house, and all the contractors they had a bunch of private contractors who just came out and did shit for free because the company that was supposed to do it just fucking dropped and bailed. And
that show did a lot of sloppy work.
This one ended up really nice. The kid's family still lives here to this day. I ended up mentoring him in high school. I had no idea it was him until he fucking showed up, and like he said his name, and he started you do class introductions. It was in JROTC, and he gave his little introduction. I went, "Oh my fucking God, my dad helped build your house."
Yeah, and what happened with a lot of those people is when the house got rebuilt, they got reassessed by the county.
Yep.
And their property taxes went up so high, and they ended up having to sell the house because they couldn't afford the property taxes. But by the way, so anyone that's in LA, reach out to me and I'll tell you how you can get your house rented for movies and TV shows. And it doesn't matter what kind of house it is. They need everything. They need everything. You can make.
What about in like Orange County?
No, in LA, Orange County, maybe. Yeah, you'll make anywhere from $1,500 to $5,000 a day.
Jesus.
Yeah, and they. Can
I do that in Texas?
They guarantee that nothing will go wrong if anything breaks or they if they even do like a little nick on the wall, they'll repaint the whole wall for you.
Can they do that?
Just LA.
Why'd you remove
and you don't have to
me
do
from
anything.
the-
You just have to sign up with these agencies and they will find the work for you. And you get 70% and they get 30%, and they manage the whole project so that you don't have to worry about it. They just tell you when you have to leave and when you can come back. And yeah, there were some like, what was the biggest one I did was we were gone for 4 nights, and I think they paid me like 15 grand.
Jesus. Nieto, I don't remove followers. You might have been following my main account. My main account got banned. So if you're following that one and now you're following this one, that's probably why. Yeah, can they do that? Can they do that in Texas? Hammer, can you find out for Texas? Do I have to own the home or can I lease it?
That's a good question. I don't know, but they don't do it in Texas. They do it only in LA.
Damn it.
Well, I mean, this was also. I assume they're still doing it, but a lot of filming has left LA. Actually, Marky Mark is building a Hollywood 2.0 in Vegas. It's building huge sound studios and stages so that they can bring filming out to Vegas because it's so much cheaper.
God, you imagine how much cheaper it'll be without all the California taxes too?
Oh, taxes, everything, gas, electricity. Imagine how much electricity those sound stages use. How much cheaper the bills are. So yeah, he's building this huge, like 200,000 square foot complex to try to bring out filming.
Helm's Deep. What you got on your mind? What's up?
Oh, I was just saying, we have a very similar thing in Australia, like the whole house flip renovation sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm too poor to own my own home. I'm leasing.
I'm not. They just won't fucking give me a mortgage because I don't have a partner.
Yeah, the mortgage rates by me are like 6.5% non-fixed, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
Non-fixed?
Yes, non-fixed. I've told you every single time I bring it up, you ask that. It's non-fixed.
That's lame.
Yeah, this entire area is fucked. It's because they're expanding this area rapidly. It's a beautiful area, but they're expanding it rapidly. And
6.5% is normal right now. That's a normal mortgage.
yeah, the problem is, had I instead of so the problem was because of how fast everything moved when I was transitioning out of the Marine Corps. I didn't have a chance to agree on a place that I wanted to get built because I was trying to close on something to get a house built from scratch with a new builder. And it was going to be a 1.7% fixed. And
good.
Yeah, it was. And then the timing of everything fell through. So I ended up getting stuck leasing.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Interest rates will go down. You should be able to buy a house next year. I bet interest rates going to the. I bet
fucking
interest
hope
rates
so.
get into the low fives, high fours.
I mean, I hope so. Like, I mean, my veterans benefits could pay my mortgage every month.
Yeah, and you probably get a VA loan with lower down payment.
So with the VA loan, it's
3%?
usually that. No, with the VA loan, no, even with the VA loan, it was pretty fucked. With the VA loan though, the good thing is, depending on what bank it is and how good they are with it, I may not have to put any money down. Instead of like a $10,000 closing fee or anything, I would have to put nothing.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's the dope part of it. But I still don't want to pay a fucking 6.5% interest rate.
I bought my first house back in the subprime crazy days before the market exploded. I bought my first house with no money down. It was wild.
Okay, I'm gonna get my mortgage through you, Hammer.
No, you're not.
12.9%.
You're not going to get it through me. You're not going to get a zero. You're going to have to put. You want a mortgage with me? You have to put 35% down.
Oh, that hurts.
I don't do purchases. I do refinances.
When you leave the military,
I do second mortgages.
Yeah, when you leave the military, do you just relax and do whatever, or do some people go to another job? I mean, I went to get another job. I started my next job 2 days after I got out of the Marine Corps. The last day I was in the Marine Corps, I drove away from Camp Pendleton. 48 hours later, I was starting my new job in Texas. I drove for 2 days straight, dropped all my shit off at the house with my family, and then the next morning I was
Yeah, what does this guy think? You're getting rich being in the military?
Yeah, dude, we're fucking broke.
You leave the
Unless
military, then you retire? That's not how it
well,
works.
to be fair, if you were in for 20 years prior to 2014 when they changed the retirement plan system, anyone who enlisted before 2014 was able to have what's called the legacy plan. Anyone after that had to go with the blended retirement system, or if you were enlisted before 2014, you could change from the legacy to the blended retirement system. The blended retirement system was basically, hey, for guys that aren't going to do 20, it's better for you. It's better to get some money than no money. You get a little bit of money back. The legacy system, though, was the best retirement system in the entire country, and that's why they changed it. You were getting, I think it was 60% of your base pay as your retirement funds every month. It was pretty good. Did everyone just stop talking, or am I not? Oh, there we go.
If you want to hear that, I gotta go get my dogs. I'll be right back.
My plan is to go Air Force and become a private pilot or commercial. Haven't decided yet. Well, good luck becoming a pilot in the first place.
What's the situation in Ukraine at the moment, anyways?
Shit's fucked as always. Russia just keeps bombing fucking random civilian cities nowhere near the front line.
Just the same shit as 4 months ago.
I mean, Russia just launched the largest cruise missile strike in like 6 months yesterday. They blew up a bunch of random apartment buildings in Odessa that had absolutely nothing to do with the war. They blew up a fucking police station and unalived half the police force that was there. Like, it's typical Russia.
Fair. What are the North Koreans up to?
Getting shit stomped anytime they step foot in Ukraine. Surrendering.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Like, here's the thing. They've been in Ukraine for months. That's the thing. And the media didn't really talk. Even the Ukrainian government didn't really talk about it. They've been there for months, just in small numbers. Like, my friends have personally captured North Koreans as POWs who surrendered in various places across the front line. Granted, it's in smaller numbers, and it was probably like less than 100 in total, including both surrendered, wounded, and killed. But now that we're seeing the big push of like 10 to 12,000, that's when the media wants to talk about it. Like, we've been saying there's North Koreans there 4 months, and nobody gave a shit. Nobody believed us.
I wonder what their IQ level is.
Absolutely no idea. Do you think the Ukrainian-Russian conflict has grounds for being considered genocide? Absolutely. Russians show absolutely zero regard for Ukrainians. They intentionally ethnically cleanse Ukrainians from the land when they take it over. When they take over a village, if there's enough buildings to house people still, they take the Ukrainians and move them off to eastern Russia, and then they pay Russians to actually come move into those apartment buildings. In the city of Mariupol alone, you can actually go online right now on Russian websites. This isn't like the whole, oh my God, Israelis are putting up properties for sale in Gaza. No, this is like actual government-owned websites in Russia.
Are they
What?
taking deposits?
No, they're actually paying people to move into those homes, Hammer.
No, I'm talking about Gaza. If they're
Oh,
taking deposits, I'm in.
but no. So these Russian government-owned websites are actually telling people, "Hey, we will pay you I think it's like the equivalent of like $3,000 US to move into this apartment in a Ukrainian city." Like, they destroy all the cultural museums, all the historical centers. They destroy all the churches. They are intentionally wiping Ukrainian culture and heritage off the map and forcing people. They're taking away Ukrainian passports, and they're forcing people to speak Russian. Like, I would absolutely say this fits the definition of genocide, especially considering the intent by Putin, who has openly written multiple memoirs to state that Ukraine should never have been a country. They don't deserve sovereignty, and he doesn't think they ever should have existed as their own entity. Literally fits the entire definition of the 1948 Genocide Convention. Does some tea you're sipping on, or?
Yeah.
Pierre, what do
I
you?
thought my mic was muted.
Pierre, what do you think about what Russia's doing to Ukrainian cities at the takeover? The bird's yelling again.
I cannot, I cannot call this even conquering the cities, because conquering the city means that now you are the master. Yeah, you should be there like the king, like the ruler. But when you just destroyed the whole city and you just receiving the land, which is basically like, I don't know how, I forgot how this called in English, like powder, like I mean, with the leftovers from the bullets, you have the whole ground, the whole earth, like on that place, spilled with all of this stuff that is basically toxic, and you cannot even produce anything there. I doubtly can call this conquer. Honestly.
You've seen what's left of Pervomaisk, right?
Yep. Just any other city.
For those that don't know, this is the Ukrainian city of Pervomaisk. This is what's left.
Yep, guys, and they call in this that they conquered the city.
No, they say liberated. This is liberating.
Oh, liberated. This is liberation.
De-Yatsifying.
That's like Mariupol.
Basically,
No, this is worse than Mariupol. Mariupol at least was still standing to an extent, and the outskirts of the city were destroyed. There's literally nothing left. Like, I had multiple friends literally die in that city defending that city.
I think this like could be a joke, but this kind of nervous one, because of the current situation and the recent bombing shells. At some point, I think at some point I even understand, the pro-Putin Russians, when they call in this liberation, because they thinking that maybe we were, like living too good, we were like paying taxes, going, to this hateful work. So they're just liberating us from this one, but they forgot that the only persons that need to be liberated like this ones are they themselves, basically. So like it was very funny at the beginning. I can say you truly, for me as Ukrainian, it was very funny for me, to hear, that.
Oh, we're de-Yatsifying you. It's like.
Yeah. We're liberating you. You will be now free from this regime. And at the beginning, it was really funny. When they saying this.
It's like you guys aren't serious, right? You guys can't actually mean this.
But now, for me as Ukrainian, I can tell you that after 3 years, like the third year of full-scale invasion, and they still repeat the same mantra, like they're liberating us. I can tell you right now, I think it's it's like horrific.
So like
horrific
this.
People, like 3 years passed, man. They saw what they done to cities, and they still believe that this is liberation.
Like this is.
So, and they're trying to calm down the people in TikTok, another like Russian language stream. Yeah, like they like saying like, guys, don't worry, we will rebuild the cities, you will live there. But the problem is they never should be rebuilt if you didn't come to the Ukraine at the first place. Like they need to be
like why does Mariupol need to be rebuilt? Why does Mariupol need to be built? Like if you just left it the fuck alone, this wouldn't be a problem.
If you just did not invade that, there would be no destruction, like anything. Like I don't know. It's terrific, man. I'm telling you, it's really terrific that people, they believe their brain, they're so twisted, that they do not understand, even
these people. No, Pierre. But you want to be Russian, remember? You want to be Russian. You don't want to be a Ukrainian.
oh, I want to be Russian. Okay.
Ryuk, no, this is not carpet bombing. This is not carpet bombing. Most countries don't use carpet bombing anymore, or very specific aircraft do. What Russia does is just siege the hell out of a place, hit it with every single piece of artillery it can, bomb it, and hit it with missiles all day long. And MLRS, that's what they do.
It's like old Soviet military doctrine where they just
they haven't changed. They haven't changed.
And then just charge 100,000 soldiers.
Russian doctrine today is the same. Is a mixture of Soviet 60s and 70s style doctrine. Because 60s and 70s style doctrine are slightly different. Because the 70s when they started to adapt a little bit, but it's for the most part it's pretty much the same.
I thought it'd be similar to what they did near the forests of Berlin in the 40s, where they like bombed the shit out of it, and then they charged I think it was like 500,000 soldiers towards the Germans.
Wait, the Russian military banned Discord? What? I didn't see this. Russia has moved to ban Discord, a popular platform for real-time communication, drawing ear from the Russian military that has extensively used the app to coordinate units on the battle. Yeah, because there's Russian units on the ground. I forgot about this. Russian units on the ground actually using Discord to communicate with each other. No, Elysian, they did not update their nuclear doctrine. That was a fucking flat-out lie from the Russians. They did not update shit.
Even if they did update Elysian, you just need to take a closer look. You need to try to understand the biggest country by the territory, the second nuclear power in the world, just updated their nuclear doctrine because they are not strong enough to handle a few rockets on their territory. Really? Like, is it really like like the largest country? Is it really the Great Russia? Okay. At some point, I think that they will update their nuclear doctrine if somebody will fall at the winds that face in their country.
So I have a couple books behind me on Russian military doctrine and Soviet doctrine and stuff. When they say they updated their military doctrine or their nuclear doctrine, they didn't really do anything, and I'll explain why. Most Soviet strategies from the 60s involve centering battle formations around the idea and concept of nuking an enemy before going into an area. All of the battle strategies were using a localized tactical nuke the enemy, and then you march forward through the position. It was a little bit different in the 70s, but really the only difference was they kept the same battle formations, but didn't include the nuke. So it's like, well, now you're just losing people because you're shoving them at an enemy that before you would have nuked, but now you haven't. And now they've essentially gone back to that. They're like, oh, well, yeah, we're practicing about nuking the enemy first again. It's like, so you didn't change anything? You just said the nuke is back now? I got a Ukrainian in my Twitch that says, oh, no, now we can't cross the red lines anymore.
What is your thoughts on the volunteers from other countries? Because I know Australia right now, we have like 3 or 4 volunteers from...
Oh, dude, you got a lot more than that.
That we know of.
You got a lot more than that.
Oh, yeah, but from what media recently, they're like 19. They're like younger than me, and I'm only 21.
Dude, one of my friends from Australia literally just came home a few weeks ago from Ukraine. He's been there since almost the beginning. He was with Chosen Company. Do you know who Chosen Company is? Have you ever seen any videos of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave, one of the most famous guys in Chosen Company, is Australian. He's the famous one that's quoted as they roll up. There's a video where they roll up in the back of a Humvee and they jump into a Russian trench. And as they roll up to the trench, he goes, "Let's fucking unalive these cunts!" And he jumps out. And it's like one of the fucking hardest lines of the entire war. But it's funny. They cut the footage as he steps out of the Humvee. And then they go on to the rest of the guys clearing the trench out and everything. But the reason they cut his footage right when he steps out of the Humvee is because he steps out and steps onto what ends up not being solid ground. It ends up being the roof of the trench right next to them, the Russian trench. And the roof was not solid. It was just camo netting. And he fucking falls in through it and hangs upside down by his foot. And everyone runs past him, and they're clearing the trench. He goes, "Cunts, help!" And he's hanging upside down.
Is there a full video of that?
I don't know if they'll ever release the footage of him hanging upside down, but I have seen his POV, and it is hilarious. But yeah, there's a lot of Australians. I met 8 myself.
Yeah. To be fair, like, I don't mind like volunteers, but I think it's a bit dumb that we have some of these volunteers that are going over who are like in their teens, but they have like literally zero combat experience.
Yeah, no, if you're going over there like that, you got no experience, dude, you're better off staying at home or doing a logistical job. Like, maybe if you want to help out with supply stuff, or maybe you just want to drive a vehicle, sure. If you got a skill where you can like maybe fix cars, sure, by all means, help out with stuff like that. There's always companies that try to help out the military for free and like fix up trucks and stuff for the military. That's dope. You could do something like that. But the guys that try to go into combat, like, look, you're gonna have to go through basic training with the Ukrainian military, just like you would in any other military. And you probably don't know shit.
You know that video of the Aussie guys saying, "Oh, let's effing skin them." Yeah, so those two guys, they're like in their teens, and I'm pretty sure they have like from what my understanding is, they have like zero combat experience or any sort of military training.
Well, not a lot of guys had combat experience going into this.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if Sandberg wants to come up here. What time is it in Australia right now?
9 p.m.
Boy, cunt, come to my live. That's how you greet each other in Australia, right? That was the appropriate response for that.
What, cunt?
I just said, oi, cunt, come to my live. It's spelled come with a U.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see. He was with this is my friend, his call sign Sandberg, and he just came back from there a few weeks ago. He was with Chosen Company for a while.
Oh, so this is the guy that
No, this is different. This is different Australia. It's actually 9:42 p.m. Oh, someone corrected you.
Oh, it's 9:13.
Oi, can't come to the come to my live real quick.
I can't. I'm driving.
How long are you gonna be driving?
10-15 minutes.
Okay, come to the live after that.
What's going on?
Oh, just an Australian talking about Australians volunteers in Ukraine.
Sup, cunt?
No, he's just an Australian.
Sup, cunt?
I'm joining the live now.
Okay, bye. Hammer, have you received all your payments? Have you double checked everyone?
No, I'm done working now. I'm doing stuff for my daughter, but no, there's a lot of lates.
A lot of lates. How do you deal with that? Do you add on? Do you charge a fee?
Charge a late fee.
Oh, goddamn.
Charge a late fee.
What's up? Hello?
How many phones do you have? How many phones do you have?
I have a personal phone and a work phone. And then I have the oh fuck phones. There's a various new number of those stashed in places.
I don't know what that is.
Your track phone, your fucking cash paid for flip phone.
I just have one phone. I guess I'm lame.
Hammer, if you don't have you also wouldn't be the. We've discussed this before. You're the person that doesn't. You're not gonna go do anything if if something hits the fan. You're just like, well, but it is what it is.
Come and get me. Come and get me.
You know, I've got at various locations. I've got different phones stashed that are just like your crappy little flip phones that have a full charge and an unused SIM card that were paid for in cash.
Where's Denton, Texas? I gotta look this up.
Denton City or Denton County?
City.
Oh, why?
Oh, I'm looking at the University of North Texas.
Nice.
It's kind of near Dallas.
Yeah.
Fort Worth. Okay. There you go.
Oh, I wasn't even following on this guy. So the Helm's Deep. This is Sandberg. He's a Ukrainian volunteer.
Sup, bro?
How you going?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Hey, Sam.
You setting him up on a date?
No, just because like he was saying that like the Sandberg, he was saying that the Australian news says there's not that many volunteers out there. There's like only a handful. And I was like, man, I've met like 8 personally. How many others are there?
There's not a whole lot. Like I know of probably around 20-ish that are there, and there's probably another 10 or 20 that I don't know about. So you know, there's
And I mean, some of the 8 that I've met are our mutuals. So
yeah, I'd say this. That's including the guys that have passed away as well.
Yeah.
So there's probably, like, the guys that are still there. There's probably between like 20 to 30, maybe 40, 20 to 40. I'd say in country.
Sam, what do you think about those teenagers that are in Ukraine at the moment?
Oh yeah, Sandberg, have you heard about them? Apparently, there's some Aussie teenagers that know fucking nothing.
Yeah, 18 and 19. Well, 19-year-old and a 21-year-old or something.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know. I don't think anyone should be going over there without military experience. But the thing is, if you don't chicken out and leave in the first couple of months, you stick your shit through and you survive. If you survive the first couple of months of combat, then you've got experience, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone should be going over there without military experience.
Yeah.
Well, like, you're
been
a
there
bit of
for
a
a while,
burden on your own troops, though.
What's that?
You're a bit of a burden on your own soldiers and teammates, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it depends. It depends who they're with. Like, I read the article, and it said that they're with International Legion. I'm not sure if they
Oh,
are
if they're with Standard Legion, they're probably fucked, or they're probably not going to go on combat much. So like I was telling you, Helms Deep, if you go to Ukraine and you have no experience and the military does accept you, it's very rare that they turn someone down. I can literally count the amount of people that I know that they've turned down on two hands.
Hey, we can probably count someone that got kicked out of it.
They would turn me down.
Hammer, they would probably take you for something admin side. You would probably not see combat. You would be doing admin stuff.
Bullshit. They don't take anyone outside.
Yeah, they do.
you'd be answering
They
all the phone
no
calls.
Sandberg. Some of the more elite units like in GUR that are have foreigners are specifically requesting Americans to do paperwork.
That sounds like a lot of work, Sam.
Yeah.
There's the amount of people that want to go to Ukraine, put in a uniform, like make it look like they're soldiers and doing shit, and then do like a support or admin role. It's very hard to get support roles.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like Third Assault specifically, and some GUR people were specifically requesting Americans who were go to paperwork to do admin stuff for them. But it was like 2-year contracts.
2 years? Oh, pass.
Yeah, and you only get like $3,000 a month, Hammer.
Oh.
But on the bright side, Hammer, on the bright side, $100 in Ukraine. Actually, no. So a family's worth of a 4-person household worth of groceries, Hammer, in Ukraine for 1 week costs $20 US.
Yeah, I'm good.
And that's actually role they'd be getting would be the support wage plus their danger area pay. So the max that they would be on would be 40,000 Ribbon a month, which is about 1,000 US a month. Because most of the pay is the combat pay.
Combat pay with combat pay is $3,000 a month. You're cutting out hard, by the way.
Base pay would be 20,000. If they're in a danger area, it would be an additional 20,000.
Yeah, you're cutting out pretty bad, Sandberg.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. So Helms, like those guys would probably they're gonna go through the Sandberg 2nd Battalion. No, it's 4th Battalion's training battalion, right, for the Legion. Yeah, 4th Battalion's training.
Yeah, 4th.
So they would go through. There's 4 battalions in the International Legion. They would go through 4th Battalion, which is going to have your standard boot camp and stuff, similar to other countries and everything. And then they would get divvied out to a different battalion from there, depending on their skill level and if they get follow-up training and so on and so forth. Depending on what the operational status is at each battalion and everything. Certain battalions operate in different areas. Other battalions operate in a different area. It depends on what their mission set is and so on. But
you know, it's interesting that video that they shared of them saying, "Oh, let's skin them alive" and stuff. When they were firing their guns, like you can see like the they weren't even like aiming like specifically towards like the enemy. It was just hitting the ground in front of them.
Suppressive fire.
So like I don't even know if that.
What's the article title? I kind of want to
actually
read
there.
this now. Anyone got the article title, Sandberg? Oh, Sandberg, you've got shitty Australian internet.
Oh, I did tell you I was driving when you messaged me.
Yeah, no, you're not driving. You were totally not driving. TikTok, you would never do that.
Passenger.
Yeah. Anyone got the article title about the Australians?
Aussie teens vow to fight on in Ukraine despite doubts over future of conflict under Trump presidency.
Okay, hang on. But is it from 7 News?
Yeah. Geelong 19-year-old Noah Tassolini.
Oh God! Of course, here they are taking photos. Oh, Sandberg's gone. Still not as Sandberg. If you're still in here, still not as cringy as one of the videos you filmed, Sandberg. Ah, God, these.
They look like airsoft players.
Yeah. How do you find out why your account has been suspended? I don't know why my account was suspended. They just told me fuck off. I mean, good on him. I give him credit for wanting to do something about it, but
I feel like they're just there because
a lot of people are war tourists.
they can get clout.
A lot of people are war tourists. Sandberg, I will say, Sandberg, some of the photos that these kids have taken, still not as cringy as the video of you walking through the trench.
No, fair enough.
That video is so bad. I'm sorry.
What I was going to say before. So the max pay these admin guys would be on would be 40,000 Rivet a month. So your base pay is 20,000. You can get an additional 20,000 for danger area. So if you're just like on the front line area, not fighting, but if you're in a frontline area, additional 20,000. So that's max 40,000. They wouldn't be getting combat bonuses.
Oh yeah, like $1,000 US a month.
Yeah, the max they'd get for admin would be $1,000 US a month.
A month?
Oh wait, hang on, Hammer. Hey, can you hold on to the couch for that long and then drive with the couch?
Dude, I would fly.
Fuck.
I'm not driving. Are you nuts? For a 3-hour camp? Get out of your mind. I mean, I wouldn't drive there anyways, but I'm certainly not driving.
Oh, no, hold on. Don't show the article. There's things in that article that will yeah. Hey Pierre, what's up?
Sorry, yeah. Yep. Yeah, as you know, yeah, like I can speak English, yeah, but I'm not familiar, with some local jokes. So what are the jokes about Australian slow internet? I thought that they get along well.
Their internet for a while is pretty
web-based. Web-based. I think they get along with everything web-based.
Their internet is still shit.
So we have a thing called NBN. It's National Broadband Network, and it's meant to be like extremely fast internet. All this shit. For years, they've been promising, you're gonna have best internet in the world. This and that.
And what are you guys at? What's your national average right now? Like 3 megabits a second? Wait, I gotta see the average internet speed. Average Australian internet.
96.7.
Oh
my god, that's still awful. Wait, no.
Today, Sam, I have today this little birdie man. He's just sitting here.
Oh, is he just being that? Oh, he's sitting on the laptop. He's being a good boy today. Hammer, do you like birds?
Yeah, he's been a really good boy today, I think. Frodo.
Hammer.
You don't need to knock on my screen. There is nothing there.
He named his bird Frodo.
Yep. Well, I really wanted, to name him Vermitos, like Valerian from the House of Dragon, but nobody in my family, nobody get the joke when the Rhaenyra was like, addressing the dragon, telling him, to like calm down and just serve her. I learned Valerian just for that specific moment, there's like the accent, everything. And when I saw, and when everybody like gathered together and they said how you will name the parrot, I was quoting the Rhaenyra basically. Vermitos, Vermitos Likiri. And nobody get the joke. I was stating, like the dumbest person they ever saw. I I will name him Frodo.
Hammer.
Mm.
Is Australia on your shit bucket list?
No, I definitely want to go to Australia.
You might need to add it, Hammer.
No, I definitely want to go
In
there.
2021, Australia was ranked 61st in the world for average internet speed. In 2022, they dropped down to 82nd ranked in the world. Helms Jeep, I got some sad news for you. The average Australian internet speed, as of right now, it's been updated, is 60 megabits a second.
Is that good?
That is, Hammer, that is awful.
I don't know.
Man, I can tell you how to turn off my internet right now. I'm using 5G because it's faster than my home Wi-Fi at the moment.
Yeah, no, Hammer, your cell phone is faster than their home internet.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Like
I'm
you
running
probably
5G, I'm on 3 bars.
you probably would not be able to watch a movie in 4K on your TV, Hammer. It'd be
I don't watch movies. I just answer emails, and I do this stupid app.
like let's put this into perspective. You're probably paying for 1 gig down, Hammer, which is
I have no idea. My wife handles all that. I couldn't tell you a clue.
Go wake up Mrs. Hammer. I gotta ask her about the internet.
Yeah, she's very much asleep.
I said, go wake her up. We gotta ask her about the internet.
I couldn't even tell you. I don't even know who my internet is.
Okay, Hammer. I want you to type into your browser right now, real quick. Type in Ookla. Actually, I'll just get you a link for it.
What?
Hang on. I'm gonna give you a link for a speed test. I want you to test this out and let us know how fast your internet is. Here, type in www.speedtest.net.
You know what? Let me do it now too.
And just do speedtest.net and just hit the go button. I'm very curious what this is going to show for Hammer.
Like 460.
460?
Yeah.
That's
Mine
not
is
bad.
Still going.
Yeah, I don't love my
So my
internet.
upload's
It's not the best.
31.6.
Hammer, you're still better. You're still better than most of the world right now.
I don't care about the rest of the world. Screw them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're better than them. Right
So
now,
you guys,
my
you say my internet's slow.
my download speed is 1 gig.
Connection's fast.
My download speed is 1 gig. My upload speed is 850 megabits.
Well, I want that.
Just pay for fiber. I have fiber internet.
I gotta talk to my wife. I don't know. Again, I don't watch movies. I don't stream a lot. When I do stream, I stream to my TV.
Don't show your IP address, bro.
Oh fuck! Is it there?
It's on the screen somewhere. That I didn't blow it up for a reason. Welcome back, Sandberg.
No, it's not.
Oh,
Is it?
Well, if you did the speed test, it shows your IP on there. $31. Oh my God, that is awful. And as Sandberg rejoins, his internet takes a dump.
Hey, you know what's funny? It says your internet connection is fast.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, they're just patronizing. Hammer, imagine. Okay, so their internet speed. Imagine being back on 3G cell phone speeds.
I have no idea what that means.
Okay, back when 3G was the wireless service or the wireless.
I don't know what 3G means.
You know what 5G means? Like your phone with 5G Wi-Fi?
I've heard of it. I just don't know what it means.
Oh Jesus. Okay. Right after dial-up went away. Right after dial-up went away, when people first started getting broadband internet, and it was just compared to.
I remember dial-up.
I do as well. Compared to dial-up, it was miles better, but it was compared to today, it was fucking shit ass slow, right?
I really remember dial-up. It was bad.
Good night, Sander.
That was probably the last generation to have dial-up. To be honest, I think it was like slowly becoming not a thing when I was younger.
Remember getting yelled at to get off the phone. I remember getting yelled at to get off the computer so my parents could make a phone call.
Or playing Sims.
Not playing Minecraft. Playing modded Minecraft. Illegally going onto faction servers and just destroying people's homes. Man, I got 2 pro pallies this entire night. What the fuck? I got
Well, I
one
don't
person that
understand
was
why you don't
somewhat pro Russia and then caved immediately.
Why don't you get the regular pro pallies? Like the,
Well,
you know, the really
my
famous ones?
my lives have kind of tanked and been shadow banned because my main account got banned and this account was not in use for a while. So I came back to this account after my main one got banned and it just has not recovered.
I would love to have Dr. Fax or like one of those guys
Those
in
morons never go to anyone else's live because every time they do, they get smacked around.
I don't even join their lives anymore. Like I stopped it probably like a couple
I
months
can't even
ago.
see what my accounts are glitched out and I can't even see when people are live anymore, so it doesn't bother me. Let's see. All my videos are pretty much shadow banned too. Like I post a video and it'll get like 200 views and then just immediately die.
Mate, how good is the Institute for the Study of War website?
You mean how it looks like it was made in the early 2000s?
No, I'm saying like in terms of like information wise.
Oh, it's
how
amazing.
informative it is.
It's an amazing website. It's an amazing tool to use for references and stuff, especially if you figure out how their archival system works and you can go back and look at older shit like analysis of different battles and wars and stuff. It's pretty good.
But the thing I like about it is like they're actual experts. They're not like these fucking political morons from the UN or anything to that nature.
National Geographic has an article about how Hebrew wasn't spoken for 2,000 years. That's just blatantly false.
Who said that?
National Geographic.
It wasn't spoken as the lingua franca, but it was spoken privately. And we've always prayed in Hebrew.
How do you guys answer the 9/11 Jew conspiracy theories?
The FBI seemed to not find anything wrong with it, so why should I? They publicly published a report which you can read, but 99% of the people who talk about it won't read that report.
But why? What? Why would Israel want to do that?
Yeah.
Israel and the United States are friends. It doesn't make any sense. And did nobody notice that there were Jews in the World Trade Center planting bombs? Did nobody notice that?
I find it funny that the dancing Israelis, like some woman just randomly found Jews dancing on top of a building, and then it's just like, oh yeah, let's find them.
They were picked up, they were investigated, they were released. 500 people were arrested that day and released. But they only mentioned the Jewish ones that got picked up. What it is they're embarrassed and they're ashamed because they don't want to acknowledge that it was Muslims that did it. And if you're a Muslim, you can never do wrong. And if you do wrong, you just blame the Jews.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Muslims lie about their religion anyway.
100%.
What's that word called?
Takia.
Yeah.
I gotta go to sleep soon here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really care about like Muslims or like anything like that. But then when I found out about the whole Takia thing, I was like, yeah.
It's amazing how things start to add up.
Yeah, I was just like, I really don't trust these guys even any more than what I did before now.
Oh, it's Patrick. I haven't seen him in a while. Another Aussie.
Yeah, man, long time no see.
Oh,
I just wanted to update and get my live.
How's your crap internet?
I don't know. You can hear me all right?
Yeah, no, I'm just making fun of Australians.
My Macca's Wi-Fi.
How's it going, Patrick?
Yo, Helms. I think we have
Kind of ironic. I didn't.
You missed it. Patrick Sandberg was up here a little bit ago.
Oh, he's good. He's good value. Is he still over there in the green?
No, he came back a few weeks ago.
All right, cool.
You missed it. My main account got banned.
Oh shit.
Yeah, nuked into oblivion.
Slightly different name. Like permanently?
Yep, lost the appeal. In the last 30 days I had the account, every single comment and post I made was automatically flagged and removed regardless of what it was. Every video, every comment. So I put the comment really ? That was removed for guidelines violations, lost the appeal. Someone said free Palestine. I said from Hamas ? That was removed for harassment and bullying, lost the appeal on that one. And then just random shit, like even just emojis was getting taken down. Then my videos went down. Then one day it was gone. And I appealed it, and 7 days later replied, and we're like, sorry, get fucked.
Maybe the same mods that run Twitch run TikTok.
They all support Hassan.
Yeah.
Mate, I posted a video of these Israeli aircraft refueling over Lebanon. I posted ages ago. Then, like 2 days ago, I got a notification saying this video incites violence. So we have
aircraft refueling is dangerous.
It's pretty triggering, yeah.
Like it was a fucking cool video. Like, there's like mid-air refueling.
Like, the only ray of light maybe is like next year when TikTok gets banned and they migrate it all over to a different app, because there's some other, I forget the name of it. I saw a video today.
Don't say Kick.
Basically, you can sign in. No, it's like a similar thing to TikTok. And you just sign in with, and it remembers all your details from this one.
Oh.
And that's like a loophole they found to get around the whole banned in America thing. And they're just going to have it all in America.
Oh,
which is silly, 'cause already the
I fucking hope so. This fucking app is awful.
Honestly, I hope they do too.
Yeah, like Patrick, I mean, I'm live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter right now. So
Okay.
it hasn't really done much, but
Yeah, I don't know if I'd give money to. I'm so mad at Twitch from what I've been hearing about. Like the whole Hassan thing is. At least Destiny's mate got him kicked off. All the advertising.
oh yeah, the adpocalypse, and they're saying this is what white privileged people cause. It's like, oh, the irony, Hassan. Oh, the irony. Like there was, what was it? Did you see the thing about Hassan's friend on Twitch literally putting out a hit on Asmon and Destiny?
Was that Frogan?
No, it's a big fat white dude who was like, if anyone lives near Destiny in Florida, I've got a nice like $10,000 you can make pretty easy.
Was that recently? Because I heard.
Yeah, no, like actually, he's done it multiple times. Multiple times. That's the thing. And he finally did it again. And Asmongold was like, hey, if no one does anything about this, that's it. I'm going nuclear. All the advertisers are gonna know. The dude got banned for 3 days. Putting out a hit, calling out an unofficial hit on someone got 3 days of a ban.
Yeah. It's the guy that's Dan that runs it. Daniel something. He's just completely fucked. So
I didn't realize Destiny retweeted my. Did you see my big post about Destiny? I mean about Hassan.
What? Who retweeted it?
Destiny retweeted it. I still don't like the fucking dude, but he retweeted it. It got like hang on.
That's crazy. Destiny himself retweeted your.
Jesus Christ!
I don't really use Twitter.
Hang on, let me find it. Let me find the post.
So that's crazy.
It had like
He was
700.
talking about getting offered after the election, but apparently people convinced him to stay on there.
Here it is. I'll pull it up.
I didn't want to World War III. Biden's gone, man. Relax.
Here we go. It was hey at Twitch and Twitch support. Oh yeah, bless you. Hey at Twitch and Twitch support. How come Asmongold gets banned for calling a culture which openly admits they value unaliving Jews over their own lives inferior, but Hassan doesn't get banned for openly praising, supporting, and funding internationally recognized terrorists on stream. Oh, and as I've been reminded, Hassan has openly advocated for grape, tried to directly get others to support both Hezbollah and Houthi terrorists, and made genocidal remarks against Israel and Jews. Why is he not banned yet? And then, dude, people went hard on Hassan in the comments, some of the clips they post of him. But then I basically kicked the terrorist beehive. I had a bunch of people. This is super hardcore defending, like sucking Hassan's dick and defending Hezbollah and everything super hard. And Hamas. And I just was like, I don't care. Fact, receipt. I just flipped through it. It was great.
Who is Hassan?
Hassan Piker is a degenerate. He's a Turkish American who is related to Cenk Yeager from the Young Turks. He is literally like his cousin or his nephew or something. He is the epitome of. He's one of those dudes that goes, communism good, capitalism bad, down with the rich, eat the rich, while being a multimillionaire and sitting in his bedroom all day while his mom literally brings him chicken nuggets every day. And all he does is support terrorism.
In Beverly Hills, and he drives a Porsche GT3.
Actually, with the idea that capitalism is bad, I agree. Because it's really bad.
Pierre, I like you. No.
It's really bad. You know, if we will go not from the life examples, that we have in real life, that was built by that, but if we will go through the definition of the actually like socialism, communism, and
no, this is one of those dudes. Hang on, but
capitalism is really bad.
Pierre, this is one of those dudes. This is one of those dudes that sits there as a multimillionaire and tells his viewers who are paying him thousands of dollars a day to watch his live stream and watch him do nothing, telling them, yeah, rich people are bad, tax the rich. But then he doesn't actually support that stuff.
Okay.
He is he is super. He openly calls this is a dude that openly sits there and he doesn't practice what he preaches. He says these things because he grifts and gets an audience.
Yep. He also do not understand why exactly. Like, I mean, from my point of view, he's right. Like, capitalism is bad, but he don't know why. That means that he's just the foolish guy. He's a liar.
He's a champion or champagne socialist. That's a good way to put it.
No,
he's just a disgusting individual. But yeah, no, he literally brought on a Houthi pirate on live stream and interviewed him, ignored the whole thing about him being a literal Houthi pirate, and talked about anime and how much trying to relate to him and make him personable, and then was like upset that people were mad that he brought a terrorist on stream. But his audience loved it. Down with America, down with the Jews, down with Israel. The dude literally has videos of himself taking over ships.
The Houthis are oppressed.
The issue wasn't that he had him on.
support people who cannot back up their.
Hang on, Patrick, what?
The issue wasn't that he had the guy on. The issue was that he platformed him and then endorsed and promoted him.
Yes, and that he directly funded him. He directly funded him. He funded an internationally recognized terrorist organization. I don't know how he has not been arrested.
Saying that he agrees with Hezbollah, like he's like, oh no, they're righteous.
Oh, and then what was it? He had one of his friends on stream the other day, and sat him down in his room, was telling him about Hezbollah, and was like, oh no, it's this great organization. You know, they don't like America, they don't like this, they don't like that, but yeah, they're great. And said, oh, do you want to watch a Hezbollah musical? It's like, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah, do you want to watch a musical? They're great. Literally puts on a terrorist propaganda video for his friend, gets up and walks out.
And the dude's sitting there so awkwardly, like, what the fuck do I do? Just shrinks out of the shot.
Yeah, he also participated in that panel at the Twitch event where they ranked people based on how they are. Yeah, there's Zionism ranking, but they put the Jews, like specifically the Jewish creators, in a very specific category.
And what they name something to do with hummus or?
Yeah, they named
It's like a Jewish food thing, but it's like they use it to mean something else. They're making fun of them by calling them this food thing. Should have made a musical.
You know, the first article I found on this guy is left-wing Hassan Piker says, I don't have an issue with Hezbollah, praises Yemen's Houthis for seizing ships.
He says he did not have a problem with, he said it wouldn't make a difference to him if there was grape that happened on October 7th. He said that it is openly okay to grape rich white women.
Mm-hmm. Well, he said it's better that they're at those colleges because then at least it takes them.
Oh,
they're getting raped in those places.
They ranked them by from Arab to loves Sabra. That was the ranking system.
Sabra, that's it.
Yeah.
God, yeah, he's just a shit walking douchebag. And he'll change his race. Like he's white when he wants to say cracker, and then the next day he's like an Arab. Yeah, when Sabra was literally, it used to be a slur against Jews. just don't get me started.
But it
Yeah,
was
no,
very convenient. The only people they put in that category were Jews.
Oh yeah, totally accidental. Or he'll say,
Did I make the
it's
list?
not about them being Jewish.
What
I
Hammer?
know that as well.
No, you did not. No,
Yeah.
it was about Twitch streamers. Hammer.
Darn it.
What'd you say, Patrick?
Just that he goes on, we're not being anti-Semitic. We just don't like this. It's not about them being Jewish at all. It's that they're an ethno-state that's trying to be genocidal and all that. And then you're like, hang on, what kind of ethno-state?
Yeah, what kind of ethno-state? Let's ignore all the 22 Arab ethno-states around them. Patrick, you missed it. I went to a pro-Pally protest the other day. They refused to talk to me.
Yeah.
Would not
Yeah,
say
I
a word to me.
understand that.
They would
I
not
saw
let me
a lot of
interview them.
sense.
Uh-huh.
Like at the university ones back. When was that? Like a few months ago when they were going crazy at the college campuses. And that just stopped. But like, yeah, they wouldn't talk to anyone. And that was disappointing. Like, the whole point of a protest is to get your message out and get heard. So to be refusing interviews is just it's counterproductive.
Honestly, Patrick, I think the whole pro-Palestine protest, even the ones in Sydney, I think it's having the opposite effect these days. I think people are just pissed off
Oh,
with them.
dude, they went after a mall Santa the other day in the United States. They literally were standing outside a mall Santa and not letting people talk to Santa. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They did it there too?
So there's this like a department store in Sydney.
Is your guy okay? I saw
this
two videos. Is your guys the one where it's like in between the stores, where it's kind of sandwiched in the middle, or is it the one in the big court? Because there was one that was in a big courtyard in a mall, and one was in between the stores. Which one was you
I
guys?
think in between the stores, and there was like a
Okay, I know which video is you guys then.
dressed up as a clown.
Oh yeah, Frogan, the one of the Arab streamers, she also made a video saying that American veterans deserve to have PTSD and unalive themselves. She also did a live stream where one of the rewards for the donations and subscriptions was a 9/11 cake. They were going to make a cake with the Twin Towers and re-simulate 9/11 happening.
Well, her daddy Hassan literally said Americans deserve 9/11.
Yeah, he said that too.
No, Sam. Sorry.
Great
guy.
Can I ask you one question off topic?
Stop.
Just for fun. Maybe it will turn out to be something really good. Just for fun, using the opportunity to talk to the foreigners. Maybe you can have some contacts, or someone who is looking for some employees. Yeah, like I know that there is a lot of remote jobs. Like worldwide platforms. I'm already searching there, but maybe you can try to ease it up. Maybe you have someone who is looking for a specific specialist to hire.
Wait, so you're looking for what? Say it again.
Yeah, I'm
Emperor
looking basically. I want to find a job for a foreign country. Not
Oh,
Ukraine-based.
you're looking for a job outside Ukraine.
I'm looking for a job, for the company that is outside of Ukraine. I know the kind of the platforms, but maybe.
Oh,
like
what is that
locally,
noise? What
maybe
was?
you can have someone who can help.
I got a friend who I'll ask.
Okay, thanks. I consider this just a lottery ticket, like.
Yeah. I'll ask around. Yeah, no, the entire leftist community on Twitch is absolutely insane. I'm gonna Frodo's a little loud, so I'm gonna mute you for now.
I wouldn't even call them left wing though.
I can turn the
Okay.
microphone off.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no,
I
the
wouldn't even call them left wing these days, to be honest.
Can I bring up the long range missile thing?
oh, how the UK and Germany said go nuts, and then the US was like, yeah, go nuts,
sort of.
but only in Kursk.
Yeah, that really. I saw the headlines and then I jumped on YouTube and I started listening, and then I was like, "Hang on, what?"
Yeah, Germany and
I got
England
really
don't.
excited.
Germany and England don't give a fuck. The U.S. is like, but only use everything in Kursk. It's like, you fucking pussies.
Ugh. Yeah, I thought Biden would be like, "Fuck it, I'm a lame duck now. I can just go balls deep and start actually giving them some aid.
I have been loving, I'm not going to lie, I've been loving all the interactions that Biden has with the press when they ask him about Trump, and he gets the biggest shit-eating grin on his face. Like, Hammer, have you seen the interviews with Biden when they ask him about Trump?
I've never seen the guy so happy.
Like, hey, how do you feel about Trump? He goes, I'm having lunch with him.
He's like buoyant. He's so happy.
He's like, I'm done with this shit. Fuck these people. Biden's just done. He's like, you know what? You people ousted me. Screw you. I'm out.
100%.
Yeah, they can at least let Ukraine do what they want, you know?
That too. No, so Patrick, here's the weird thing. I'm very surprised at Trump's cabinet picks, and I'm very happy that a lot of them are very anti-Russia, anti-China, and anti-IRGC. And I see a couple ways this could go, and I've talked about it. Here's the best case scenarios for Ukraine in my mind with Trump. Number one, he fully abandons Ukraine with a caveat. If the United States says, fuck it, we're out, that frees up Europe. Because how many times have you seen European aid was supposed to come through? The United States went, hold on. We got this. And then we drag our ass for 6 months. Well, Europe's like, hey, we could have done this like 6 months ago. We leak stuff constantly. If we're out, we can't leak shit anymore. On top of that, we can no longer say, don't use these weapons in this area. Just don't attack Russia. Don't attack Russia. Every single other country that's been helping Ukraine is like, fuck it. Go attack Russia. We don't care. Like, if we got out of the way, it would free up Europe to actually get the job done. The other,
they still need to give permission to use F-16s and certain.
no,
ships,
those
missiles.
other countries are providing the F-16s. That has nothing to do with us anymore. Like, if those other countries are giving the F-16s to Ukraine, and we are now selling those other countries F-35s, we don't have a say in that. They're gone now. They're not ours anymore. They stopped being ours the second we sold to those countries. The other option is, and the better option I'm hoping for, is Night Hammer. The other option is fix the panel thing real quick. Trump's administration manipulates his ego in a good way. Now, a win for Russia is a win for China, because if we are not willing to defend an ally that has a direct rail line access to it, why the fuck would we help an ally in the middle of the fucking ocean that is barely an ally as it is? Like, we have less of an agreement with Taiwan than we do with Ukraine. We have nothing in writing with Taiwan. It's literally a trust me, bro, I'll be there. That's it. So if we're not willing to help that, then what's the deal? So I'm hoping that his administration can go, hey, and like basically be like, hey, if you let Russia win, you're letting China win. You're giving them the okay. And I'm hoping they play on his ego to where his disdain for China really outweighs his love for Russia. Because if he really comes to this realization of a win for Russia being a win for China, he may end up just getting fucking crazy and making Ukraine the biggest porcupine ever.
That's the dream.
Well, that's if his people play on his emotions and his ego, which I'm fucking...
Yeah. I mean, the current Secretary of NATO, right, was the ex-Dutch Prime Minister. He was known as a Trump whisperer. They knew how to flatter him. And that's why everyone's like, oh, but what's going on? Because Zelensky said that now the war will be over soon because Trump's in. He must like Trump.
Zelensky didn't say that. That's not... Yeah, they're extremely paraphrasing what Zelensky said.
Yeah. But I think it's also Zelensky being very politically savvy and knowing that just Trump wants to be, you know, praised.
I'm really irritated that Elon Musk was on the first phone call with Trump and Zelensky. That kind of irritated me.
Yeah, I won't give any money to that guy anymore.
Yeah, fucking Elon's. I've already got enough issues with fucking Starlink in Ukraine right now. That's pissing me the fuck off. But I will say that I am hopeful that Zelensky stated that his last phone call with Trump, he left very hopeful. That fills me with a little bit of hope.
And Japan just gave them $3 billion, so they're one of the few countries.
Oh, and you guys are giving fucking 49 Abrams.
Yeah.
Did you hear what?
They had to get permission. Like
What?
America had to let us do that.
Well, that's because there's very few countries that have the export Abrams. That's why. Like the F-16, the F-16 we just sell fucking everywhere. The Abrams is very, very specific. There's very few countries that have an Abrams.
Yeah, it's a M1A1. We're replacing them with the M1A2.
M1A2 SEP V3s, baby.
Yeah.
Patrick,
I see them all the
why
time.
did we get rid of the Taipans? We could have given them to the Ukrainians.
Yeah, that was fucked. That was they copped a lot of shit for that, and that's I think why some of that pressure pushed
Well,
them to.
you guys were supposed to give F-18s too, but did you hear what happened with that? You guys were supposed to provide like 60 plus F-18s. No. So you guys were supposed to provide like 60 plus F-18s, and
some American company or something.
no. So Ukraine came to inspect them, and along with some U.S. people, and essentially it was determined, holy shit, these things are fucked. Like what the fuck? We can't use these.
They weren't in good nick.
Oh yeah, they were like rusted beyond repair, too many broken parts, not enough complete
Well,
airframes.
I hear a lot of people talk about all the Bradleys that are sitting around 3,000 or 5,000. I don't know. There's tons of them just sitting in the desert, but there'd still be a lot of reconditioning.
Oh, we didn't leave Bradleys in the desert. What?
No, I keep hearing about. So
No,
many
that's
Bradleys.
the people that talk about, oh my God, we left so much equipment for the Taliban. Yeah, everything that was left there was something that the Afghan National Army used. That technically was owned by the Afghan National Army. The Afghan National Army didn't get Bradleys. We didn't give them that shit. The Saudis had Bradleys. We didn't
Well,
leave
the
Bradleys.
Bradleys they have now in Ukraine, they're doing. They're taking out.
Oh, they're
Russian
fucking
tanks.
dude. They're so fucking great. I fucking love Bradleys. Did you see the video of the Bradleys and the Abrams in Kursk?
What is that recent?
Yeah, dude, they were in Kursk, a Bradley and an Abrams on Ukraine or on Russian soil, fucking up Russian positions. It was so good. Hang on.
Go jump on Reddit again just to make sure I saw the same one.
Hang on, let me
Because all my YouTube ones now they censor them. Like normally there's a couple of guys I watch and I'll show clips, but now they just fuzz everything out because YouTube's getting really strict. Like they can't show any more of the drone footage. If someone actually gets taken out.
Try out Rumble.
You have to go on Telegram and Rumble, yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can find the video.
Mate, Telegram's fucking rough with some of these videos from
Oh,
Ukraine.
dude, my entire Telegram and Twitter feed, it's just dudes dying all day long.
I've seen way too many where it's some guy that just pulls out his rifle and he's like, I've had enough.
Oh, yeah, the one that was captured on the drone recently.
Yeah,
Oh,
you have
dude.
to use his foot to pull the trigger.
Even
I'm so desensitized to that shit.
Oh, there's a list. The current list of Russians who've been caught on film doing that is 190.
190, right? I knew it was a lot.
By the way, the here's a video I'll show. This is how fucking great the Bradleys are. The Russians, when they capture one, are using them as troop transports because they're better protected than the yeah. Here's a
paper thin.
Here's oh fuck yeah they are, dude. Here's a Ukrainian Bradley taking multiple hits and still going. Pop smoke. Come under fire. Boom, that's one hit. Direct hit. We're still pushing, boys. That was the back door. Still
Does that have a
pushing.
trophy system?
No, that does not have a trophy system. Hit number 2.
That was a drone, I think.
Yeah.
I got FPV.
Hit number 3. The full video has it taking 5 hits.
It's like a Toyota Hilux.
Dude, it's like a fucking highlight. Yeah, it's like, excuse me, I'm gonna keep going now.
And that breaks my heart that the Russians have some now, though.
They've only got a couple, and they can't really do much with them. They don't know how to work them. They don't know how to refill them. They don't have any ammunition. They can't repair them. Like it's.
I mean, there's one in Moscow on the Red Square on display.
I do like that have you seen the Leopard they have in Red Square?
Yeah.
They got caught on video bending the barrel to make it look like they did more damage to it. And the Abrams too. The Abrams that they showed it in the field when they captured it, and then when it got to Moscow, it was like charred and burnt over. And everyone's like, "How to get that damage?" And they're like, "Oh, I mean, we did that on the battlefield." No, the fuck you didn't. Here, so this is a is that a Chadley? Yeah, that was a Chadley. That's what that Bradley became. Okay, so here is this gives me freedom boner. This is in Russia. This is a Bradley in Russia.
Look how dope that shit is.
It gets better.
Is that a 50 cal that it's?
No, that's the Bushmaster. It's a 25 mil autocannon. Hang on, wait for it. Wait for it. Hello, backup has arrived. The Abrams is here.
Let me guess, are they American volunteers driving it?
Oh God, no. That's Ukrainians. It's all Ukrainians. Fuck your house. Yeah. So, a Ukrainian operated Bradley and Abrams operating side by side in Russian territory, fucking up Russian positions. God damn, that gives me such a freedom boner.
Just imagine what they could do with, I don't know, a few more thousand of them.
Humvees are pretty cool though.
Oh God, I forgot about this footage. Oh God, I forgot.
They still use Hummers, like.
Yeah,
they've moved on to the
rarely.
big,
We use
MRAPs
JLTVs
and
mainly.
Oshkosh.
No, MRAPs are different. We use JLTVs as a Humvee replacement. Here, check this out.
Not gonna lie, the Australian Bushmaster is sick.
Check this
Yeah, we
out.
sent it to you later.
All right, check this. Here's a Bradley again. Euro tow missile, boom. Second tow missile, please. Boom. Just fucking up there. There's another Bradley down at the bottom. Oh God. And then there's
What's TOW stand for again?
I don't remember the exact acronym. Oh yeah, pop smoke, fucking push through smoke. This is the same Bradley. This is the actual Bradley camera footage. Oh wait, come on, go to the Bradley's view. Oh, yeah. Woo! God, this
Is
is
that a
so...
cope cage? Is that a cope cage or just camo netting?
A little bit of both. Oh my God, look at that! Bop, 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 bop. Fuck your tree line. Yeah, Reagan would be so proud.
Are they using chemical stuff on the Russian trenches too? Because
No.
why not? Oh.
Where is
I
this
know they're
footage
talking
from?
to
Ukraine? No, that footage is in Twitch chat. No, that footage is not from Ukraine. That footage is within Russia. That is Russian troops that have crossed into Kursk. I mean, Ukrainian troops that have crossed into Kursk.
I think it's about 1,000 square kilometers. They've lost some
Something
in the
like that.
northwest.
Well, here's the thing. The map isn't accurate. I'll say that.
And they're about 3 to 1 at the moment. Because it's like 35,000 Ukrainians.
Here, let me fill you in, Patrick. So this is the map we have of all the territory right now. This is in the Kursk region. This is the main city of Kursk right here. The Ukrainians are actually operating all the way over here. And all the way up here. So, yeah, you could say Russia has control over all this.
Is that Belgorod up there or?
No, Belgorod's right there.
Okay.
No, so up here, Ukraine has units operating in this area, like entire company-sized elements.
Yeah, because all they have to do is mine the fuck out of the place, right?
Yeah,
The
kinda.
Russians can't.
Depends.
They couldn't fortify it as well as.
Depends
they
on
don't have
depends on where it is. But yeah, there's Ukrainians all over the fucking place. It's weird.
Why are they in Kursk anyway? Like, is there a specific reason or?
So there's the funny factor of fuck you, Russia. And there's the main factor, which was the intent was to divert troops along the Russian front line. Because here's how Russian defenses work. It's standard Soviet style doctrine. There's 3 main defensive lines. Beyond that, it's fucking fair game. So if you pass those 3 lines, the trenches, which are strategically spaced out in certain distance, I can't remember the exact distance off the top of my head, but you've got one trench, then X amount of distance back is trench line number 2. And X amount of distance back is trench line number 3. And either at that third trench line or shortly beyond that third trench line is the artillery position. And that is very, very standard for Russian military doctrine and Soviet military doctrine. Once you pass those, it's fair game. So what Ukraine did was pass those in the Kursk region with the goal of, once we pass these, just keep fucking going in every direction. You hit any resistance, fucking turn and go a different direction. You hit resistance, turn and go a different direction. Hit resistance, turn and go a different direction. They kept doing that all throughout Kursk. And they took like 1,500 square kilometers at maximum. And the problem was they were expecting Russia to draw units off of the front line in other locations that could then be exploited. Because even the Russians who were in the Kursk region noted, and their leaders noted, hey, this is weird. First, there was only a couple thousand Ukrainians. There wasn't that many. Now there's less. Okay, now they're fortifying it, but there's still not that many Ukrainians. There's not that many vehicles. What's going on? Because they're pointing out, there's not that many vehicles. This isn't a very large invasion force. Where the fuck is that massive, large Ukrainian force that we know is built up somewhere? We can't find them. So the Russians knew that Ukraine was trying to draw out a weak point in the front line, because if you're going to have to pull troops up to that area, you're going to have to make other portions of your front line weaker. And we saw multiple times on the map, we saw Russian units come from different areas and start to head towards Kursk. And then they'd go back. And then another unit from a different area would start to head toward Kursk. And then they'd come back. And another unit start to head towards Kursk. We saw that like 4 or 5 times. And then Russia ended up just fucking throwing conscripts at it. Like, they took troops from fucking Moscow, like just conscripts, and threw like 30,000 fucking conscripts at Kursk. So they knew what Ukraine was doing after it happened and chose not to weaken their front line as Ukraine intended. It's still slow and grindy. Ukraine's taking back some areas. Russia's taking back some areas. There's still Ukrainians operating really deep into some areas, but it was intended to weaken the Russian front line. Oh, Patrick, did you hear about what happened in some of the Russian cities after Russian soldiers after Russian civilians returned to them? Oh, Helm's Deep is gone. Patrick?
Oh my god, I forgot I was muted.
Oh.
Weren't they doing something with Google reviews and?
Oh, that was funny. No, that was Ukrainians leaving Google reviews in Kursk. That was hilarious because you could actually track where the Ukrainians were based on the Google reviews. No, so fuck, man, that video's gone. I had that video on my profile and now it's gone.
What, you just got one taken down?
No, it was on my main profile. I didn't back it up.
Oh, you just realized.
Yeah, I just realized that. Fuck me, man. No, so there was Russian citizens that were returning to their village, and they were reporting, "Oh my God, the Ukrainians destroyed our village. Everything's fucked up. Our houses have been robbed. They stole everything." And then everyone was like, "Hey, Ukrainians never made it that far. The only people in your village were Russian soldiers."
Yeah, I did hear that Russians were looting their own cities.
Oh fuck yeah, bud! They do that shit all the time. Why do they give a shit?
And the whole country is just a kleptocracy.
It was just hilarious. It's like, oh my God, the Ukrainians robbed our village. It's like, actually.
We have toilets at home. We have fridges and washing machines. We don't need that. Yeah.
Oh, I made a gift for Michael Rappaport the other day that I still got to send him. You know who Michael Rappaport is, right?
Yeah. I liked him in that show he did recently where he's an ambulance driver, so it was really disappointing.
It's a 3D printed pager.
Yeah, no, I think he's just gone a bit too. Oh, that's right. You would be a fan, right?
Dude, I'm sorry, but that video of him just walking around going beep beep, that was fucking hilarious. 1,000 Hezbollah members get their dicks blown off all at once. That's fucking hilarious.
I ain't seen that one.
Yeah, he made a video where he made a video after the Hezbollah thing where about how they got all their pages blown up. Some official numbers escaped, and there was actual official tracking of how many Hezbollah members essentially had their genitals mutilated by their pagers still being in their pockets or on their waistband, and it's something like upwards of 1,300 people, 1,300 Hezbollah members essentially became eunuchs. And it was fucking hilarious. And he made a video, and all it was him just walking along the street, laughing his ass off, going beep, beep.
Jesus. I mean, yeah, that like fuck those guys. But yeah, there was one case I think where there was a daughter that was playing with it or something. But yeah,
Yeah, unfortunately, there was one where a daughter was, her dad's pager went off, and she picked it up to bring it to her father, a Hezbollah member, and unfortunately went off with her. And then there was another reported 10-year-old. I don't remember what happened. It was like he was leaning up against someone who had it in their pocket or something. I don't remember the exact details. In Twitch chat. So you are pro-Ukraine and pro-Israel? That's pretty strange. Not really, but
Is it?
yes, I am.
I mean, I'm not as pro-Israel because I think they go way too far. But
Lowest civilian to
especially now
combatant
that
death
Trump's
ratio in the history of urban warfare.
Sorry, what?
Lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare, Patrick.
Yeah, they got to work on their optics then.
Oh yeah, God no. Israel's fucking awful with that. I absolutely 100%. Like Daniel Hagari, Israel should have fired that man day one. That man's a fuck, man. Have you noticed what they did with him in Lebanon, by the way?
Is that one of their PR dudes?
That was the there is a list dude.
Oh god.
So in Gaza, he had fucking brand new gear on. Like you could tell he was kidding. Like he was clearly right near the front or wherever the fighting was because of the gear he was wearing, right? Like how you can tell based on someone's kit.
Yeah.
In Lebanon, he's got a 3-decade-old kit on. He's got the tri-fold flak jacket, an old ass helmet, and an M16A4. I saw the videos of him going over all the Russian munitions they were finding in Lebanon, and he was wearing that kit, and I was like, dude, you're nowhere near the front. They don't trust you anywhere near the front anymore. I saw that kid. That was something that everyone else was like, oh my God, look at all the Russian weapons. And my first thought was, oh man, they don't trust this dude at all.
Was he one of their media dudes?
Yeah. He's like a
lot
spokesman.
of, I get it with, they don't trust, what's the Arab channel?
Al Jazeera?
Yeah.
Al Jazeera's been caught posting a lot of fake stuff. There was a video of, did you by any chance see the video of the supposed little girl carrying her little sister over her shoulder?
I did, yeah. I saw that on Instagram.
Yeah. Did you know that they filmed that exact video 4 times and that just happened to be the one that blew up?
No, but I did notice that it was because they talked to her and she's carrying the little girl and they're like, all right, bye. And then they just see her walk off.
Yeah, you just took this child who supposedly got hit by a car, you just dropped her off and left.
Yeah. And they fucking pick her up. They don't do anything to help her.
Gazawood on Twitter actually found that there was 4 instances of that video being filmed with the exact same script in different locations. The first 3 just flopped. Also, the dude that filmed it for Al Jazeera happens to be a dude that regularly posts videos and films for Mr. Fafo. You know Mr. Fuck Around and Find Out, that dude?
No.
The dude that always seems to be at every tragedy, the dude that seems to have multiple jobs. The dude with the braces, the Palestinian dude with the braces that's constantly making shit videos.
No, I think most of my content's Ukraine focused. But there was one girl that won an award because she was posting every day.
Are you talking about Wizard Bisan?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, the girl that stole $400,000 from GoFundMe she made for the Palestinian people and stole it for her own self.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me that.
No, she actually had an entire, even in the GoFundMe, it was I'm doing this for Palestinian families and the families around me. And then she stole all the money, went fucking radio silent, and then came out finally and was like, well, I didn't say which Palestinian families, but my family's a Palestinian family. $400,000 US.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that.
Oh, also she on live stream said that she, at one point in her life, she saw a random Jewish kid and beat the shit out of him for no reason, like an actual child, and bragged about it.
I mean, Mark Wahlberg did that once.
Oh yeah, Mark Wahlberg. Why do you think I don't like Mark? Why do you think I don't like Marky Mark? He's a good actor, still a piece of shit. Someone in Twitch chat says, can you show me the data on that claim? That sounds incredibly false. Okay, so if you look at the Gaza Ministry of Health, their total unalivings, they say 43,000 are, there's 43,000 people in total. The Gaza Ministry of Health openly admits they do not differentiate between civilian and combatants. But What we have is internal documents from Hamas a couple months ago that admit that the death toll was around 17,000 specifically Hamas members. That doesn't account for PIJ, that doesn't count for Lion's Den, that doesn't count for PFLP, that doesn't count for any of the other Islamic groups fighting in Gaza. It's just Hamas. Now, when that happened, I believe the death ratio or the death number was at like 39,000. Now, if you go with Hamas's internal documents showing 17,000 unalived enemy combatants, and you take that away from the rest of the 39 or 40,000, you ended up with a 1.4 or 1.47 to 1 civilian to combatant death ratio. Now, if you cross-reference that with the Institute for the Study of War, and you talk to or listen to experts like John Spencer, the leading world expert on urban warfare, and you go through his analysis and his entire write-ups on it, you will see that there is not a single instance of urban warfare with a similar or comparable civilian to combatant death ratio. The closest thing we have to compare is the Battle of Mosul, which was a 9-month battle with far less enemy combatants and still had a civilian to combatant death ratio of anywhere from 2.5 to 1 or 3.5 to 1, depending on which numbers you use. So as of right now, over the last year, Israel has per Hamas's own numbers, Israel has the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare. But yeah, no, you should definitely look into the Wizard Busan stuff, Patrick. She definitely scammed the fuck out of her people. It was sad. She was also the one that posted photos recently of it was the photos of the people surrendering and like, hey, going, hey, I want to get the fuck out of here. I don't want to be here. And they were like just lined up next to tanks and stuff. And she was like, oh my God, they're sending them to underground gas chambers. And she started sharing it with pictures of that's the newest claim, by the way, that Israel's turning the tunnels into underground gas chambers.
Yeah, that's a little on the nose.
Yeah. This guy's voice is so predictable. The fuck does that even mean?
I'm so confused about that.
Fucking what?
How could a voice? I don't think English is their first language.
I don't know. You are Jahil, don't at me.
What does that even mean?
It means someone's butt hurt.
Okay. So you're still going to try and go over there? Like you were talking about, I saw a live a few weeks ago that you were going to try and get some work there.
Still waiting on that. Yeah. But I just had surgery recently too, so I don't know how that's going to go.
That's right. It was your hip or something.
And I had a little tumor cyst thing.
Fun.
Yeah.
That's a cool username.
What?
Full of shiitake.
It just makes me think of Austin Powers. Hey man, last night's live was decent. We actually had granted it's Monday. Last night's live though, I had almost 300 people in it. Dude, the average viewer watch time last night on my live was almost 30 minutes. Damn. That's fucking impressive. Okay, sounds good. Please link the source. I shall look it up because I have not seen any Hamas internal documents that are open to public. Associated Press, Reuters reported on it. You can look up that stuff. For the total death count, I use the Gaza Ministry of Health. You can either go on the snapshot on the OCHA page, on the UN's page, just look up, just Google Gaza snapshot. You can go with that, or you can go with the Gaza Ministry of Health's openly public Telegram channel, and you can get their total deaths on there. Again, for the 17,000, you're going to have to look at Associated Press and Reuters articles. I don't remember it off the top of my head. John Spencer also wrote about it. And then for the cross-referencing for the numbers, just look at the different historical battles within the Institute for the Study of War. John Spencer did a report write-up on it. He actually did a couple of them where he talks about and actually goes over the numbers from the different wars.
Back to Ukraine again. What was it? The UN secretary went to a RICS conference recently, and he refused to go to he cancelled the invitation that was given to him for the Ukraine peace conference that was in Switzerland or something.
Just the whole fucking BRICS thing is a joke. I do love though how Taiwan has seen the opportunity though. They're like, oh my god, we can take advantage of these morons. Taiwan's like, we'll join BRICS. You gonna buy from us? God. We're like, oh, BRICS is going to take over the world. Meanwhile, half the BRICS nations are literally at war with each other.
Yeah. Well, I called it RICS because Brazil didn't even show up to the last one.
Fuck, China and India are still going at it with each other regularly.
Don't they have? I saw some clips, and it's like
They
there's some
beat the shit
region-
out of each other with sticks
Yeah,
on a
they just-
mountainside.
Because it's like, oh, if we escalate to like actually shooting, then when shit gets out of hand. So that they somehow, the soldiers must have access to firearms, but they're like, nope, we just got to play by the rules. It's like some
No.
weird dystopian
So they
science
do
fiction
have
movie.
access to firearms, but China and India have made this somewhat gentleman's agreement to not do that.
Yeah, but it just reminds if that was a plot of a movie, and I'm sure I've seen a TV series where this was the thing, and it's the future, and guns nearly destroyed us all. So now wars are fought by using like the best swordsman. So like this country will pick someone.
They don't
and send
even
their
do
best
anything
guy.
too. They just fucking smack each other around a bit.
Yeah, it's all just. Well, that's why, like in Amsterdam, there was that whole riot recently, and all the Israelis are like, it was a pogrom, and then it was like 5 dudes went to hospital and were released like 2 hours later.
Wait, Patrick, do you realize they planned it 2 days in advance? They were actively hunting down Jews outside of their hotels, right? Like that was legit. No, like legitimately, it was a planned pogrom. The text messages were found.
Pogrom, I looked up the definition of pogrom, and it involves like murder and like massacres.
There was literally Jewish people missing. Actually, I don't know if they've been found yet, but they were actively people missing. There were Jewish people missing that they found their passports and did not find them. There were people thrown in the river that were attempted to be drowned and were only let out of the water after yelling being forced to yell "Free Palestine." Like they literally didn't let them out of the river until they yelled "Free Palestine." They literally beat and stabbed people with knives and bats. And this was, oh, well, it's because they tore down some flags and said some mean things 2 days prior. Like, and it wasn't like they just attacked the specific people that did this thing and said those mean words and tore down flags. Like, yeah, those dudes are dickheads. But they sat in strategic locations that blocked the access to the hotel where all the Jewish people were staying, and even attacked Jewish people who weren't even Israeli. Like, they were literally going after just Jews. It's not like they were going out and asking, like, hey, are you a Zionist too? They literally went after Jews and were hunting them down in the streets. And then the riots continued and the attacks on Jews continued for days after that. Like, for 5 days after that initial attack, it was still going. They were still just beating the shit out of Jews in the streets.
Yeah, we've got very different sources on that one.
Oh, dude, just look at Twitter. They posted it. Dude, just watch the videos of them doing it themselves. Watch the videos that the dudes perpetrating this attack posted on Twitter.
Them tearing down Palestinian flags and chanting stuff like, death to the Arabs and.
Yeah, those dudes are Those dudes are fucking dickheads. I can't use the words, but they didn't. That's also not a justification to physically assault and stab someone 2 days after the fact.
Well, I haven't heard about a stabbing. I heard people went to hospital and they got let out straight after.
No, there was multiple people who were stabbed, hit with bats, hit with pipes. There was some little fucking Danish kid who owns a YouTube channel where he just does reviews on soccer games and stuff, who actually was documenting the whole thing. Didn't realize that he was documenting. He documented the whole thing, was filming in the background. But yeah, no, 2 days if you said something mean to me today and 2 days from now, I just randomly show up and just start beating you up with a bat outside of your, you're on your way home, but I know where you live, and I stand in front of your front door. I just start beating you up with a bat, and I go, "This is for that mean thing you said." Is that really justified?
No one's saying that's justified.
Yeah.
You asking me?
No, not you, Pierre. No, that's what I'm saying though. They actively planned this in advance.
I don't know. I haven't seen that.
So there's an entire investigation there's an entire publishing on it where there was an actual entire group chat in WhatsApp specifically telling people where to sit, where to wait, where to go after the Jews.
The Jews.
Yeah, no, they were yelling Jews. They weren't yelling Zionists. They weren't yelling the team members. They were yelling Jews. On top of that, again, planned. This was.
Yeah, I mean, this is what soccer hooligans do, right? You had the hooligans on one side and the hooligans in the other. And they're fucking around and they got into fucking shit fights with each other. There was an Arab cab driver that got beaten up by the Maccabee supporters. There was all sorts of shit that went on from both sides. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's not okay. I condemn that too. Someone in Twitch says, for the numbers on the lowest civilian combatant death ratio, I need a non-governmental source. I can't take the word of Israel biased news media and take it for granted. I thought you had documented data from Hamas directly. Yes, I stated that. Did you not listen to a word I said? I should look up the Gaza reports, which I did take a look at before. My issue is the amount of people unalive, to be honest. It's a war of people who are unalive. My problem with the conflict is that the amount of child casualties is way too high for these kind of conflicts. Actually, no. The report that came out that said that the number of women and children was 70% of the deaths in Gaza. Actually, if you look at the numbers from that, that is the numbers from the very month that the Gaza Ministry of Health came out and said, hey, we're cutting, or that the UN came out and said, hey, we're cutting these numbers in half because they're inaccurate. And they cut the number of women and children in half. That report that says 70% of the deaths are women and children uses the numbers that hadn't been cut in half yet. So the number of children is not amazingly high for this type of war. The number of deaths total is almost nothing compared to other wars in that region. It's this, like, I don't know what else to say. Like, if you do your research, you should be looking at what the time frame they're taking these data sets from is.
Right, Sam, I sent you a link to an Australian media story on the Amsterdam riots.
Jesus. You should, dude, you should have seen how BBC reported on it within a couple hours. Yeah, I see it. BBC reported within a couple hours of it happening. They were like, oh, the soccer fans are going at each other. And I was like, there's no way. There's people filming themselves running around going, Allahu Akbar, free Palestine, and kicking Jews in the streets and stealing their passports. But this is just about soccer. Yeah. Like I've watched videos of dudes. I watched videos of dudes yelling Allahu Akbar as they literally beat the shit out of Jewish people with bats. I watched that with my own eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, and in the report that I sent you, there's like footage of the Maccabee supporters yelling outrageous shit too, and running around and chasing random brown-looking people. So it's sort of that's what I'm saying.
The disgusting shit they yelled was from 2 days prior. That's the thing. Disgusting shit they yelled was 2 days prior.
Okay. I mean, obviously there was shit that went down that night where they were running around chasing people.
As of November 2024, the Palestinian Ministry of Health reported a total of 44,000 Palestinians killed, including 16,000 children since October 7th, 2023. Let's see what the most recent numbers are. Gaza Ministry of Health. Let's go to the most recent report. 40,000. What day was that? That was a couple days ago. Except for the Gaza snapshot, so it's a false. Let's see. Let's cross-reference with Gaza snapshot. It looks like the numbers you have are a couple days old. Let's look at the Gaza snapshot from November 12th. So this is 7 days ago. They probably should be coming out with another one today. 40,665 deaths. 13,319 of which are children. Yep. Wait, what?
Go get some sleep, man.
Wait, where are you getting All right, have a good night, Patrick.
Thanks, dude.
Bye-bye. Where are you getting 44,630? Because the Gaza Ministry of Health, I'm looking at the Gaza Ministry of Health's Telegram channel right now. As of November 19th, an hour and a half ago, the Gaza Ministry of Health says the death toll is only at 43,972. The Gaza snapshot from the UN shows that it's at 43,665 because it's from a couple days ago. They also say only 13,000 children. I don't know what source you're reading from. What? Okay. It is. Wait. Best views. God, why are these fucking bots in my chat trying to get me to buy viewers? Fuck out of here. Ban centrist illumination. There we go. It's a miracle more people raised from the death in Gaza. Yeah. Okay. It is 6:01 a.m. I resume work tonight. I'm finally cleared by my doctor to go back to work, so I will not be live tonight. I will be live probably the night after that.
Okay, thank you, Sam, for your time, and thank you for the stream. Thank you for the support.
Yes, Beer.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I will send you, some private message, just so that I will be some above your chat. So when you
Gotcha.
will get some information, you should not find me. Yeah?
Gotcha. Wait. Yeah, where did you say you are again right now? Oh, wait. You paused. I can't hear you if you're talking when you're paused. Just so you know.
No. I'm looking for the remote work like.
Oh,
right now
yeah.
I'm in
Remind me
Ukraine.
about that.
Yep.
Hey,
I will
what?
I will type you the position
Mhm.
that I'm looking for right now.
Gotcha.
So it's just a lottery. Maybe it will be
Yeah.
some miracle that one of your friends maybe or people
Mhm.
they're looking for some guy and
Yeah.
I might be that guy. It will be just a lottery ticket.
Question. Where did you say you were right now?
Right now I'm in Rivne.
I was gonna say one of my friends is in Rivne. She's been trying to get to America, but the whole fucking U for You program has been fucking shitty.
Oh.
She's a musician and a poet. And she lives in your city. Make sure if you have anyone in Odessa, they're safe. So.
Yep, I have one friend in Odessa, but he had, except the fact that they're being bombshelled, by Russia, too excessively lately. He has another stuff. He has the, I don't know how it should be called in English, but dementia, the illness.
Dementia. Okay.
Dementia. Yeah. With father. So he has a lots of a hell of a trip right now.
What just happened? Someone followed on. Oh, thanks for the follow. Russia say goodnight. Hang on. January 15, 2024. Clarification using only public available to Oxfam. Calculate the number of average deaths per day in Gaza is higher than any recent major armed conflict, including Syria. Yeah, no. So see, that one is using. Yeah, that one is under the assumption that every single person in the count is a civilian. Again, because the Gaza Ministry of Health doesn't differentiate that, though. If you assume that every single person in Gaza that was on that total was a civilian, sure, I could see where that number would come from. But also, that is from January when the numbers were massively inflated before the United Nations came in and said, hey, cut these numbers in half. All right, good night, everyone.